Welcome to the Pro Shootout here at Chestnut Ridge. We've got a wonderful field for you again this season, both men's and women's. I'm Bob Cheviar, former tennis director here at the club, and been an honor for the last few years to do the live streaming with my colleague Brian Meisner right here. He's back. Brian is a fountain of knowledge, especially on the men's side. He knows these guys, their records, their strengths, their weaknesses. It's like having someone with inside information right here in the booth with us. Yeah. And we also want to welcome Guga. What's your last name, Guga? Sorry. Ladaraka. And he's a broadcast student at Iona College that has quite a bit of experience already.
Iona Prep, yeah.
Oh, okay. Doing sports broadcasting and covering live events. So we welcome him to the booth. He's studying to make this part of his professional career. So welcome, Guga, to our team. Welcome. Yep. Brian, do you want to say a little bit about your tennis background?
Well, sure. I'm a lawyer now, but my tennis background is I played college tennis at St. John's University. Grew up in Florida playing junior tennis in Florida, played a few satellite events and money tournaments after that, and really doing this, done this for the last 5 or 6 years now. I think it's six or seven. I'm not sure how many years it is, Bob. I kind of lost count. We've been doing this. I've done doing the live stream. I've also at times been a college coach. I've been a private coach. I have spent pretty much my whole life in tennis, and glad to be here back working with you. Glad to add Guga to the broadcast team, and we have a good match going on here now. It looks like we're running a little late. There's a women's match going on now that I'm going to let you and Guga communicate to the world, and I'm going to join you again back when the men's matches start.
Okay. Guga, tell us a little bit about the training you've had as a broadcaster.
Yeah, I started broadcasting my freshman year at Iona, so about 2 years back. And there was a great class. Started there by one of the teachers, and since then I've gotten to announce a lot of games, mainly football, basketball, baseball. But yeah, it's definitely a fun thing to do, and it's a great way to get more insight about sports. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Well, welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Just a little bit more about me. Like I said a little bit earlier, I'm the former director here at Chestnut Ridge. I played #1 at Rutgers, state champion of New Jersey, a high school team, 1969, goes way back. And in age group tennis, I reached my peak in the men's 35 and 40 and over, where I was twice top 15 in the country and once #6 in doubles. So long background, trained quite a few kids to go on and get a scholarship in college, and their parents appreciated that part. And I really still enjoy the game. I'm semi-retired now, so I've been getting to watch a little bit more on ESPN and Tennis Channel, and I feel really up to speed identifying what's going on the court. But I got a great lesson yesterday. This young man, Caleb Zimmerman, and I knew that was a tennis name. His dad came to watch him play. He's 18 years old. He played against a very experienced player. But listening to his dad's comments, I was like, wow, I thought my tennis brain was pretty good. This guy, he picked up on the right strategy after the first 4 points of the match. I was like, whoa, that was quick.
Yep. Well, like I was telling you, Bob, I did know his father, back in the day, and remember what a great player he was. Played for Harvard, and would not surprise to hear you that he's still got a brain for the game.
Yeah.
So,
So our format, before we go to the match, all the matches will be 2 sets, regular scoring. That means with ads, with tiebreaker at 6-6. Standard first 1 to 7, and if the player should split sets, though, we will be playing the 10-point super tiebreaker, not a full third set, to decide the match. So we've got a full weekend of exciting tennis coming up for you here.
And I will say this, Bob. This
Yes.
is, every year when we do this, it seems to be the hottest weekend of the summer. This week, it's going to be. It seems like it's very comfortable today.
It is. It's
So-
very nice today.
So I'm going to, So enjoy, everybody. I'm going to turn it over to Bob and Guga for this first match, and I'll see you back when the women's matches begin.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. See you soon.
Yeah, so we've got a 6-4-3-1 lead here for Ohta, as she's got a break point.
Good.
A nice overhead there by Kutunen to save the break point and level at 40 all.
I think you have the players reversed. You didn't know. Over there.
That's
Oh, oh, maybe you're right. You're right. So this match has had sort of a consistent story where the player closer to us, Kutunen, has been more on the offensive and her opponent has been more of a counter puncher. But notice when she does counter punch, like on that last point, she got her more offensive minded player slightly on defense. She did get an error, so she's not just getting the ball back. She's mostly getting it back, and then she's taking opportunities to get her opponent on the move. Almost got away with too weak of a volley there. Didn't get away with it, but she did end up finishing that point.
Yeah, but still very impressive there by Ohta to get to both balls. A lot of running, didn't make the last one, but definitely has some speed though.
Yes.
Good point there to set up the volley winner.
Well, that half volley that was hit is something that I think has changed a bit in the modern game. A lot of players do what Kutunen did there, and they hit that ball with a little underspin. To me, the problem is the ball tends to pop up as it did there, and she got away with it. Usually, the old school was to cover that ball and be able to play it lower over the net, not to give your opponent so much time to get there and set up.
And once again, even being a little bit of a counter puncher there, we saw a good offensive shot with Kutunen going to the net. Ohta saw the space and was able to successfully win the point.
No.
Another break point opportunity here for Ohta. So Ohta wins the game there.
Too bad. That had some nice touch on it. She just didn't have to hit it that close to the line.
Yeah.
Definitely some nice feel on that foul.
Definitely. And now Ohta up the double break here in the second set, leading 4-1. So Bob, how do you think experience plays a factor in this match with the decent age difference here?
Well, one of the players is 18. I don't think there's that big an age difference. They're both actually listed at 18. Well,
oh,
I don't think that's correct.
Oh, okay.
The 31.
Okay.
I think what's probably more a factor in this match is who's had more experience playing on clay courts, or who's been largely raised, like in the United States, on a hard court diet. Adjusting your game to the different type of surface, especially as the levels go up, is an important component of how well you're going to do out there. I think actually Ohta is about to serve, right? So with 4-1, that's a double break lead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So she'll look to consolidate that break there.
Both players hesitating a little when the ball landed near the line, but they were both in.
As that forehand down the line falls out. Good shot there from Ohta to take a 30-15 lead in this game.
It is. Once again, she got a good payoff from going from just neutral to taking offense and forcing an error. Well selected shot there.
So now 2 game points here for Ohta. And she's successfully able to consolidate the break as she takes a 5-1 lead in the second set.
If you're not hooked up, would you mind grabbing me a water out of the cooler? Thanks. Because the kids aren't around.
What exactly do you think Kunin has to do here to stay in this match?
I think it's going to have to rely on her opponent letting up. Sometimes you get a big lead and you just relax that little bit. That last error had some of that in it, in that she didn't really focus too well on the ball. But from what I've seen of this match so far, that would have to really be a big slip up for her to not close the door. Obviously not on purpose there. She didn't see her opponent slip and was thinking she was going to move quickly to the open court to cover. So everyone's okay though. Well, to me, she clearly played that ball, so it would be too late to inspect the mark and change your mind at that point in a self-officiated match.
Yes. So now...
Go ahead. Well, I would just say that was, you know, it's a 5-1 lead. You've already got the first set, and you're getting ready for the next round a little bit at this point. So she wanted to see, hey, how good is my offense really? Now she just missed it, but it was a nice clean stroke and didn't miss by much. Thought it was a good play.
Yeah, definitely not necessarily the worst time to test some things out. You're up a double break, right? You don't want to let up too much, but you definitely want to see what you can do and be physically prepared for the next round.
Confidence-wise, I always tell players, you're not only trying to win this match, you're getting ready for the next couple to follow it. And if you can build confidence in something in a match situation that you've been doing in practice but haven't really felt confident in a match, this type of score is a good time to see if it is cooking for you.
Yeah.
Nice job there.
Yeah. You definitely see that confidence aspect coming out here for Ohta, and she seems a little more confident in playing more of an aggressive match now at this point.
I agree.
Good serve and volley play there for Kunin as she went up immediately and was able to finish at the net. little double there for Kunin. Nice off.
That was a good passing shot. She got it right down to her feet. Little tough to come in on that ball, though. I don't think there was enough pressure on the defender there to force her to hit a weaker ball.
Yeah. So now a match point here for Ohta. And that ball goes out to end the match as Ohta takes it 6-4, 6-1. After a tough first set, she's able to come back and take the second set with a little more ease. What do you think of that second set, Bob?
I didn't see that much of the first set, except for the way it finished, where, like I was saying, she was more defensive. In this set, she definitely stepped up her play and took control of the points more than she had in the first set.
Yes.
So pretty much, if you can keep it in the court, it does pay off to take charge and be the aggressor out there and push the other person around.
Yeah.
So we are going to have a round of 16 men's match coming up now on our stadium court between Gary Kushnirovich and Shenxing Yu, is he out of Colombia?
Yes.
He is.
Canadian out of Colombia.
Brian's going to be joining us in a little bit. We can't keep him away from this match because Gary is a St. John's alum, as was Brian, as he mentioned in the introduction. And I'm a big fan of Brian's also. Going back in the shootout, he won 3 of these in a row at one point in time. Gary did, yes. No, Brian didn't. And I became a big fan of his also. I mean, it was so hard back in the day. No ad scoring makes it a little tougher to come out on top with these round robin formats that we used to have. This is much more of a straightforward draw and move on. If you win, go home, unfortunately, if you come in second. So that match will be coming up in just a few minutes. The players will be taking the court as we sweep and get everything ready.
take it off after the intro or whatever.
Okay. Welcome everybody. I'm Bob Cheviar. Welcome to the Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout, where we're going to have some great competition here for you this weekend. We're just about ready to get started on a match here on Court 10, but before we do, I'm the former director here at Chestnut Ridge, was a nationally ranked player. To my right here, is he's not on camera right now, but to my right here is Brian. Here he is.
Yep.
Brian Meisner. One of his big hobbies is following college tennis, and he knows a great deal about many of these players. So it's like being with someone who has insider info on what's going on. So a big welcome to Brian. And to my left, Guga Ladaraka. He's studying sports broadcasting at Iona Prep, and he has quite a bit of experience doing all sorts of sports, and he's going to be chiming in with us today as we bring you the tennis.
Okay, welcome everybody. So we'll talk a little bit about the rules and regulations that are going to be employed here in the Summer Pro Shootout. And Bob, just quickly let me say, pleasure to be working with you again. And Guga, welcome to the team. And the matches here are going to be a single elimination format for the men's and women's, both the men's and women's doubles. They're going to play regular sets, regular scoring, which is different than Division I college tennis, which plays no ad scoring now. In the third set will be a match tiebreaker at 10. We have a USTA certified referee on site, and here you got taking a look at the men's draw. Our first match here today that is getting ready to start is Gary Kushnirovich versus Junghee. Gary played his college tennis first at West Point and then transferred to St. John's. And Junghee is currently playing at Columbia, one of the strongest college programs in the country right now. So I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup. We talked about it a little bit before. Gary is a three-time winner of the tournament and still comes back to see us every year. So we're looking forward to see if the old man can keep up.
So Brian's correct when he says old man, because Gary is 34 right now. I can't believe it myself how time has flown by.
Yeah.
So 34-year-old against a college kid. I still think he has a decent chance, even though the outdoor conditions take a little bit away from his tremendous serve. So we'll see what happens here. They're just about finishing up taking their serves right now.
And as you just saw, these players here today, they're not just playing for the glory of the game. They are playing for some money. The winner here is going to take home, the men's draw is going to take home $1,250 of $750 for the finalists, and each of the semifinalists will take home $400 each. On the women's side, also there is money up for grabs.
Just one thing to interject there. You all saw that the women's money wasn't the same level as the men's. We believe in equal prize money, but there were not as many entrants in the women's draw, so tournament director had to equalize and account for that somehow, and he did that by lowering the prize money just a touch for the women's event. Go ahead, Brian.
Right, that's very true, Bob. So now we do encourage good sportsmanship here. Here's are the steps for the point penalty system. Not going to go over all of that because I hated it myself. So, and the tournament referee is going to be Andy Weiss, who I actually didn't see Andy around here today, but
he was here yesterday.
Was he here yesterday? So I'm sure he'll be here a little later, or maybe tomorrow. And and thank you everybody for joining us. We're looking forward to bringing you these matches. Excited to have Guga as part of the team here this year. Excited to be back here working with Bob, and I can tell you that the level of play that we're going to see out here is extremely high. We have, just to give you a idea of the level of player that we have in the tournament. Our number one seed, Karl, is currently has a ATP rank of 635, a UTR of 13.41, which is very high, and our number two seed is also holds a current ATP rank of and it's 11:06 in the world, and a UTR of 13.19. So looking forward to seeing these guys battle it out. We have a couple of really good players here from local college programs from Columbia. We have Karl, our #1 seed, who played his college tennis at Princeton and then transferred to North Carolina for his graduate year. And it's going to be looking up and down the four courts here, these guys are battling it out. We have University of Michigan, I believe, is going to be represented as well, and a player from the University of Virginia, Tulane, some very big college programs here this weekend. So let's take a look at the match here. First point, Gary Kushnirovich to serve, goes big out wide and just misses. But you got a good look at the ease, the easy power there from Gary, going out wide on that first serve. And a double fault from Gary.
Just missed it.
So maybe a little rust for Gary, or maybe a few nerves now that he's not playing as much. Bob, you think?
I'm not going to give any conclusion there. He missed both those serves by a total of 2 inches, so I'm not too worried.
Yep. Another second serve. Big kick on that second serve, and Yu was unable to bring it down. Down, I think we have Bulus down there on the last court, and man, just saw him sprint into the net. Man, the quickness and the athleticism was pretty clear in that shot. But hopefully we'll get a look at him later. $15-all. Trying to improvise a little bit on that approach shot, and slices it just wide.
Well, that shot there, that inside out, almost underhand side spin shot, I grew up playing that shot a ton because I learned with a wooden racket, and it was quite effective with a wooden racket. You don't see much of it these days, but the time that he chose to try it, I thought was actually a good one. Yeah.
Yep. Gary's serving now 15-30.
A little far back in the court to go for the big shot there.
A little far back, and you see, I like the way that Yu stood right in there on that serve and put it right back at Gary's feet and made it Gary play a very difficult ball. Gary having a lot of problems getting his first serve in this first game here.
Well, it could be what you mentioned. He did tell us he hasn't played a singles match in 3 years, so he did have one yesterday, but that's not going to get all the rust off and give you the confidence.
That's true, Bob.
That was a let.
That was a let second serve. Again, 2 double faults in this first game here for Gary. That's not good.
Yeah, he'll shake it off.
So you gets an early break, and Bob, we have taken a look at our board here with all of our different sponsors who we'll be introducing you to throughout the tournament here today. Some of the sponsors have been with us for several years. We thank them all. Couldn't put on the tournament without them. And also tournament director and director of tennis here at Chestnut Ridge Racquet Club, Brad Breakstone, who does an absolutely fantastic job of running this event.
He does. He does a fantastic job in all aspects of it.
Agreed. Believe me, it's not. You can't just show up to an event like this and put it on. Brad works on this throughout the year and tries to make it a little bit bigger and better every year.
So one thing I got from watching one of the first round matches yesterday, which weren't streamed, I got to sit with Michael Zimmerman, the father of one of the players in the tournament, 18-year-old Caleb Zimmerman. And Michael was a number 1 at Harvard, number 7 in the country, Division I tennis. In other words, a really great player. And what he was so good at was assessing the pattern of play and coming up with a game plan in very short order. And part of that is keeping inventory. So here's my inventory for Gary. When he hit his bullet first serve in that last game, the ball came back like a bullet. When he took a little off and kicked it up so it bounced higher, he got an unforced error.
Right.
I'd like to see him mixing in some second serves as first serves.
First point of the second game, and a great volley. Good
Great
play by
volley.
Gary there to get in the net and hit 2 very good volleys, the setup and then the put away. That first point there, you can see Bob is, that's a lesson, is where you don't have to win the point on every shot, right, on the first volley. You can set up the next shot, it works just as well and counts just as much.
It was a beautiful building volley.
Yep. And we have Yu, who was down 130 on his serve. So Gary with a opening and a chance to break back.
Again, if we're taking inventory, that was sort of a short return, and he was going to hit it and stay at the baseline. I think that's part of the reason he missed it. He was sort of caught half in the middle. That's a ball you want to go in on, typically. Nice play.
Big inside-out forehand to set up the easy put away for Gary there. So 3 break points. It's very much like my Sunday morning doubles game where nobody holds until we're a half hour in. Not sure that was the smartest shot, but it looks like Gary's still got the big forehand.
He does. I'm thinking if you plays just a consistency game, it could spell trouble because Gary's not going to hand it to him. On the other hand, I don't mind even that last shot. I know he's a little rusty, but it also was a love 40 point, and he was trying to assert himself there, kick the guy when he's down, so good try from Gary. Excellent point from both players there. Gary went for it at the right time, same thing, 2 inches. Still has a break point.
So we mentioned Junghee Yu is currently a player at Columbia. He'll be going into his 2nd year there, originally from Montreal, Canada. And had a little trouble breaking into the lineup this year, but I think he's now playing throughout the summer and looking to improve and hopefully can get some more playing time this year. Certainly has a lot of game, even though that wasn't the cleanest shot. And now we're at 1-1 in the first set with Gary breaking back.
Ricky doing down in the court next to Gary?
Oh, we got a question on the YouTube chat. What does it say? Well, I'm sorry, what was the question?
How's Ricky doing on the court next to Gary?
That must be Maisie asking the question. I have no idea, Maisie. We're focusing on the first court here. Sorry, buddy. But I can tell you that I've seen the one-handed backhand. It's pretty sweet. And it looks like they're battling. Looks like, if I'm looking at the scorecard, looks like your boy won the first set. I'm not sure about the second set.
Another double from Gary. I think this last happened to Gary when he was 7 years old, but he'll shake it off.
It must be
He's
something.
got a great serve.
Must be something about the day because I played this morning too, and I hit 2 double faults, and that's very unusual for me. Gary slid over to that backhand and pushed it just a little bit wide. But just long, and you was in a good position to knock that volley off, so Gary had to go for a big one. So now, true to form, it's love 30. For the slider out wide and missed that one pretty good. Second serve for Kushnirovich. And
Got a miss hit off the forehand there.
some 15-30.
For the club players out there, it's a good thing to track when you're playing a match where the mishits from your opponent are coming from, because that's a sign of either eyes that aren't trained as well as they should be, or nerves on a particular shot. Can help you in a big moment.
So you're saying, Bob, that's the you start to see a few mishits off of one side. That's the side you want to try to break down.
Yes. I mean, the old school commentators that do Wimbledon and the French Open, they're totally in touch with that. The new guys that they have coming on, it's like it's invisible to them. They didn't sort of learn to pick up on as much of what's happening on the other side of the net.
Two missed forehands there from Gary. They give you another break, so we start this match out with 3 straight breaks. As we mentioned before, we're going to thank some of our sponsors from time to time, and we're going to take a look at Bombas here. At Bombas, we believe a more comfortable world is a better world. Everyone, no matter what they're going through, deserves to wear clothes that feel good. So we've made socks, underwear, and t-shirts that you'll want to wear all the time. And for every item that you buy yourself, we donate an item to someone who's homeless. Bombas, thanks again for being part of the Pro Shootout.
Yes, and thank you for your excellent plan to help homeless people. We really respect that.
I tell you, I have a few pairs of Bombas socks and I love them.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely beautiful day here at Chestnut Ridge. You can see the trees behind the court, a nice setting. We have some spectators on the side and behind the court that may not be able to be seen on camera, and it looks like actually on the court doesn't. The camera makes the court look a little bit drier than I think it is, but the courts do seem to be in pretty good shape.
I mean, with the movement that these players are putting out there, it's a definite challenge to keep the courts in good shape through the whole course of the day.
Sure.
Very tough assignment.
Especially on a day, it's not unbearably humid today, but it's still very humid. And see, a very nice play there from Gary. Took advantage of the serve, landed a little bit short, put it right back at Yu's feet, ran around the next ball to hit an inside-out forehand, and knocked off the easy volley.
Well, that reminded me a lot of the first point that you served in the previous time he served. Gary was in on his backhand within 2 balls,
That's
just
right.
like that.
And Gary back, putting pressure on him, moving him back with the returner. Beautiful backhand there
That was
from
well
you.
constructed. Beautiful
Yep.
point.
I tell you, when you can get himself in the point, he moves the ball around pretty well, pretty nicely, and can get Gary off balance.
Mm-hmm.
Which he did in that. I mean, not like it, but I'll tell you, not like that. That backhand was an easy shot because it was not. See that forehand, you just kind of fell off it, landed short, and Gary was all over it.
All over it.
Well done there by Gary. Big
Beautiful play.
forehand. Followed it in. He was a little late getting in there, but it worked out for him.
So I think for our viewers, one of the things that goes into Gary's game plan right now is when points are shorter, he likes it more. And it's not just because of game style, but it's also because of age. A sophomore in college against a 34-year-old, if you're the older guy, you don't want to be trading 12 points, 12 shots on every single point with these guys. You've got to look for your opportunities, and he's done it really well in these 2 games where he's broken serve.
I agree. So we start this match off with 4 breaks. Not often you see that in a men's match, right?
No, not often.
2-all. Let's not forget, even though Gary has not maybe played many singles matches in the last couple of years, he's got a lot of experience.
Oh, yeah.
Traveled the world playing satellites for a few years. He got up, I forget how his highest ranking was, but certainly earned many ATP points and really, really improved his game. In fact, I think Gary became a much better player after college tennis than he was during college tennis.
Some good defense from Gary there. That ball was right in the corner, and he sent it to perfect spot.
Oh, and thanks to Luca just showed me that Gary got up to 1,078. It was his high ATP rank. Thanks, Guga. Which is, you know, just outside cracking the top 1,000. That's pretty good. Still having a little trouble getting his first serve in, though. That would push that forehand just a little bit long, so we're at 15:30.
Well, this is one of the signs, if you haven't been playing, some of these forehands that Gary's missed, to me, he's tensing up and muscling the ball, and if he just relaxes and let it flow off the racket, he's going to be in much better shape and cut out some of these errors.
Yeah, I said the wrong score. It's 30. It's 30-15. Gary's 30. Leading 30-15. So big kick serve there was able to get you off balance, and Gary's serving for the first. He's 2 points for the first hold.
Well, that was an example of what I mentioned before. He didn't go with the bomb on the first serve. He kicked him up high, and he got the error right off the bat.
That's right. Serve volley, and wow, really good first volley there from Gary.
Really good.
And we got our first hold of the match. So Gary's up a hold.
It is men's tennis.
So two players, they'll switch sides at 3-2 Kushnirovich. Oh, and now we're taking a look down at Court 8, and we're seeing Max Kalinin versus Nabiev. Getting a quick look down there, and it looks like Nabiev won the first set there, with Kalinin up 1-0 in the second set. And Kalinin is a local kid who's playing his college tennis at Tulane. And I don't, Bob, you saw Nabiev play a little bit last night. I don't know a lot about him. I know.
Was he the one who played Zimmerman?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Nabiev, I believe.
Super solid backhand, loves long points. Forehand, can't really attack with it. He sort of just loops it high and deep over and over, but doesn't give you a clear route if you want to come into the net. It's not so easy to find a way. Very tough competitor.
Yeah. Look down there, these two guys are working. They're playing some long points, and Colin, I believe, played his college. Nabiev played his college tennis at the University of Southern Mississippi, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Golden Eagles, or Southern Missouri. I'm sorry, Southern Mississippi. Okay, are they the Golden Eagles? Southern. Well, we'll find out about that. But look, he played #1 for a college team. He's going to be a good player. So here we go. Now we're back on the show court. We have you serving at 2-3.
So far, we've seen you use his serve pretty much just to start the point.
Right.
And now that Gary's shown what he can do, it's going to be interesting to see if he's got a little bit extra to try to get a couple of cheap points with his serve. I mean, I think we've seen, Brian, from watching TV, all the top players now have the ability to hurt you with their first serve.
Oh yeah.
If you don't have that, it's really hard to break through.
Yeah, there's one exception. It's Jensen Brooksby.
Yes.
And you know how he does it is I don't know, and how he's able to play with these top guys, and even he's improved his serve a little bit. But man, it's just the price of entry to the men's game right now. And, yeah, look, you know, early on, looking at you, if there's one thing I could tell him that you know he needs to improve, and he probably knows it already, is his serve. He needs to get more free points on his serve. And,
Yeah.
or at least get his opponent a little bit off balance. That was a pretty good one out wide. Oh wow, did Gary just step around that back? Just wallop that inside in back in.
He did. But not that he heard me, but that was, believe it or not, as hard as he hit it, a relaxed stroke. He did not muscle that ball. He was totally within himself.
I agree. Really well done there by Gary. Really athletic play. Now he's got 2 break points, a chance to really put a stranglehold on this first set.
Gary staying well behind the baseline for the second serve.
Oh, you just, wow, a really bad error on a important point there. So Gary gets the break and goes to go up 4-2 here in this first set.
I mean, there's no reason for Gary to change his return position. He's broken his opponent each one of the 3 games he served.
Yeah.
However, because he loves the net, I think at some point, if not in this match, if he gets through this and we see him again, we would see him standing in more and taking the ball early and getting right to the net. He does have that versatility, but right now he's got the right game plan.
So Bob, let me ask you this: if you were down on the court right now coaching you, okay, what would you tell him?
I would say number one is, if you can, because Gary moves around it, I would try to get into more backhand to backhand exchanges. Because your backhand, if I'm you, I'm liking the way his backhand looks. He's hitting the sweet spot every time. And the shot that Gary's hurting him with from the back is the forehand.
Yeah.
So maybe you have to move him wide to open up the backhand and then try to go to that pattern some more.
Yeah, I was thinking very similar to
Oh, you were?
I was.
So what was a little different?
A little different was how do you, I'm not sure about how he can keep Gary from running around to that forehand, because sometimes you, his backhand does land a little bit short, which allows Gary to run around it, so you know, that might present a little bit of a difficulty, but I do like the idea of him getting more into more backhand and backhand rallies. His backhand is stronger than Gary's, so. And Gary is killing him on the forehand, so you got to keep him off balance.
Yeah.
You got to keep him away from that forehand, especially the mid-court sitters.
And then when he's serving,
Or the rally balls.
he has to throw in a couple serving volleys because Gary is so far back and he's playing the high looping return every time. If he does it as a surprise tactic, he might be able to take a couple of points at the right moment. Here's the Gary serve that we know so well.
That one missed a
Oh,
little
it
bit.
did?
Yeah, it was just long. do really like the way he use footwork into his backhand. And then that was a perfect example where he used his backhand to push Gary around a little bit, and he was able to draw the error. Gary served.
It's a good lesson for, again, our club players watching, because Gary, if we had to say, does he prefer offense or defense? It's offense, right?
Right.
So if you can attack someone who prefers to be on offense, many times their defense isn't going to hold up under that stress. And the last point was a good example. He got him to stretch a little bit more and got him to stay.
That was a really, really well-handled volley by Gary. That ball from you really dipped very, very quick, and Gary was able to get under it, control it, and put it in a beautiful spot in the corner. You see some of the competitors coming off from some of the other courts, some of the indoor courts. So we'll try to get some updated results. A little bit long there for Gary.
Yeah.
Yu is one of two Colombia players we have playing in this tournament. The other one, hopefully we'll get a look at later, is Sachin Pala. Played mostly at the number 5 spot for Colombia this year.
That was a nice backhand from Gary. Had a little extra time inside the baseline, and he took it to the aggressive target right down the line.
So now Gary's got a point for a 5-2 lead. Goes again for the big serve out wide. Still struggling to get that first serve in. Another double fault from Gary. Wow. If Gary is unable to close out this first set, he is going to look at those double faults and blame them.
For sure.
So again, we are playing regular scoring here, so it's deuce. Big serve there. He got the first serve in, and
Yeah.
Yu was unable to control it. See, two big first serves there in there that Gary got, and brings him a 5-2 lead.
That's what you need in a tight game. Get out of it with a little less work if you pump that first serve. Well done from Kushnirovich.
Now, Bronx Lacrosse, our sponsor's been with us. This is their 3rd year. We're on a mission to make a difference for middle and high school students in the Bronx who don't have the same opportunities as their more affluent peers. We believe that lacrosse can be a powerful tool to build community, invest in our students, and boost their academic performance. Our approach is all about combining intense academic and athletic instruction with mentoring, team building activities, and social emotional learning. This way, our students are better prepared to succeed in school, life, and when they apply to competitive high schools and colleges. Sounds like Bronx Lacrosse has a great mission.
It does.
And I'm glad they're here with us for the, for the 3rd year. So we'll come back to our show court with Gary up 5-2 and Yu serving to stay in the first set.
So I'm going to stick with what I said for you. If we can get some more backhand to backhand going, and you need to make some impression on offense. Gary's starting to get more and more comfortable as we get into these rallies, and he's doing better at waiting for his moment to make his move to the net.
I think that's right, Bob. Gary moving in a little bit on this second serve. Oh, now he's taking a step back. And you misses that second serve. So Yu's putting himself under a little under pressure again, down 115 here, serving to stay in the first set. Just missed. I think he just missed that return long. Tough for us to see from this far away, but Gary perhaps questioning that call. Again, these matches are self-officiated, even though we have a referee on site, but players are calling their own lines here.
It's very rare in this event or back in the old days when I ran the Pro Classic that we ever needed a linesman.
You're kidding me.
Players treat each other with respect.
Oh, well, that's nice to hear. I gotta tell you, playing in a lot of events like this growing up, and you know, later on in my career, that wasn't always the case. And I am as guilty as anybody with that behavior. There's some question going out on court 9 as well.
Ooh, the let cord helped him out there. That was a good point.
A little unlucky there for you. But the net coverage from Gary was pretty tremendous.
It sure was. That wide stretch forehand volley.
Yep.
Beautiful get.
Oh, that was a monster forehand there from Gary. The old man's moving around the court nicely.
He is.
And he takes the first set. So now two players are 6-2. They won't change sides, but they'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back in a moment with the second set. So we have a few updated results here.
Bowling on 6-1-6-0 against Lorenzetti.
Okay, so we have a result from the inside, and Karl Poling, the #1 seed here, beat Lorenzetti 6-0, 6-1. And Sachin Pala, who we mentioned before, won his match 6-0, 6-0, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so an easy day for, an easy first match for, or round of 16 match for Palta. And, hopefully we'll get a look at some of these guys later, but I have a real feeling that come tomorrow when we get a look at the semifinals and the finals, we're going to see a really, really high level of tennis.
So there's a little break now at the end of the set, so I just want to go back to the match that I watched yesterday when I mentioned that I watched with Michael Zimmerman, watched his son play against a very solid player who is playing right now, Naviev, and his son, who's only 18, so we can excuse the fact that he didn't figure out the game plan in the match, got into, I'd say 70% of the points were backhand to backhand, 10 balls each exchanges, and he kept coming in second. And he didn't really change up that pattern.
Yeah.
And it goes to, this happens in USTA matches with my club players many times also. Something's not going their way, and it has a specific shape to it, a specific pattern, and they just keep playing the same pattern.
They don't have plan B.
You don't know if something different is going to work, but at least you know if you keep doing the same thing, you're not going to win the match. So it definitely would have behooved him. He did make a little comeback at the end of the second set to win the 2 games before it closed out, but needed to change that pattern.
Okay. So now we're here with Gary opening up the first game of the second set, having won the first set. Let's see if Yu does make some adjustments here.
I actually don't think he can. I don't see it, that he has some reserve that he can go to.
Gary opens up this second set with another double fault.
Wow.
Surprisingly, he did win the first set. Ended up winning rather easily in the first set after the first couple games, and still struggling on the serve. Taking a look around here today, we have fans up and down all 4 courts, the outdoor courts on this side here. A lot of people out here watching. We encourage you, if you are in the area, to come by and watch some great tennis, support these players. You can hear from some of the other courts the intensity of the matches going on out here. They're really, really heating up. I gotta tell you, looking at all 4 of these courts, the level is extremely high.
Notice Gary did the right thing there before starting this 15-all point. He walked around a little bit, took his time, took a deep breath, appeared to really prepare himself. However, still hit a fault, but what he was trying to do is the right thing. Slow down, take your time.
Yeah, wow.
Using the entire court. Just think back to the end of the last game when he powered that forehand at must have been over 100 miles an hour.
Oh,
and
I
then
would think so.
comes up with the drop shot. Yu doesn't know what to cover right now. He's getting the full barrage.
Right. And that's why that drop shot worked, not because it was such a great drop shot, but because he had Yu on his back heels because he was expecting him to unload on the forehand. He did a good job of muscling back that backhand and was unable to, Gary was unable to come up with the short ball. Again, if you are following us on YouTube and you want to comment any questions for either Bob, myself, or Guga, we'll be glad to have the interaction.
Again, Gary took a little off that first serve, kicked it up, got a mistake.
Now
He's reading the game. Because that last first serve to this box where he's serving now came back as fast as he hit it. That was a good hit volley too. Nice point from you.
Yep, very, very nice pickup there. I really like that serve and it wasn't really a kick serve down the middle. It was a more of a flat in the trying to get to the body of Yu, and Yu was able to get a good look at it, but not a bad serve from Gary. So now here we are at deuce in this first game of the second set. And again, after this, we have the women's quarterfinals coming up, or the women, I believe so, the women's quarterfinals.
Beautiful one too.
That's textbook. Oh, what an amazing second serve there from Gary.
That was a first.
Was it a first serve?
Yeah.
Whatever it was really good.
Again, he kicked it, but he went closer to the line that time, and it really.
He went closer to the line. Well, he opened up his position a little bit and kicked it really short in the box and was able to get a huge angle on it. I think that serve hit the side fence before it hit the. Before it got to the back end.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So Gary gets a hold, go up 1-0 early in this second set, and see if you can match him. This is a very, very important game for you. Looks like on court 9 there, Baldi, who is, I believe, is working for our friend Brad Mazie this summer over at a local club, places college tennis at Butler, is won the first set and is down. It's maybe down. I can't tell if it's 3-4 or.
It looks like 3-4. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but he just hit a monster serve to the middle there. Looks like these two guys are battling out there. I'm not sure who is he playing at.
Baldi?
Yeah,
He's playing Groves.
He's playing Groves, okay. Don't know a lot about Groves either, but oh, so Baldi actually just went up 5-4. Okay, with that serve. Mm-hmm. Oh, so Groves is a local kid from Rye, playing at Rye High School. Okay. As I mentioned, Baldi is currently a player on the team at Butler University in Indiana, a school that is in the same conference as St. John's, actually, in the Big East. And, has had some very good teams in the past. So you serving love 30 here. I'm sorry, love 15. And Gary really hit turned some defense into offense there. Hit a monster forehand from about 15 feet behind the court.
With great margin of error, though, not on the sideline, but in terms of height over the net.
Yeah, I agree.
Mr. Yu, his body language is looking.
Yeah, he's looking beat, right?
Looking negative. Yeah.
Wow, Gary's moving around the court pretty well.
Yes, he did.
You moved him from side to side there. Even hit a big forehand to get him off balance. And Gary was able to turn it back into offense. Use that slice backhand, and use really in some big trouble here. Gary couldn't control that one there. So now we're at.
Well, this is where Gary does not want to have a little let up here and let this guy work his way back into the match.
He wants to close this game out, get a break, get a quick hold, and run away with this set. And now we're at tough. Still got a shot to do that. We're at 15-40 here. Good 1-2 there from you. Put that ball right in the corner there. Took advantage of a short return from Gary. It seems like we have quite a following for this for the match going on Court 9 here. And there must be some members from that other local club there. The name is slipping my mind right now. Where Willowbrook, where again where Baldi is working for the summer. What a backhand there from Gary. You was all over him in that point. Gary was able to quickly get behind that backhand and get the break, and now he's got a real stranglehold on this match, being up 2-love in the second set. Now serving up a break. A little wide on that backhand. About 15. I always thought, Bob, if you want to break, getting that first point it's just extremely important.
It is.
Using the big kick serve to get over Hugh's back, Hugh's head almost there.
Yeah, beautiful kick.
Yeah, couldn't bring it down. Oh, what a pickup there from Gary. Up, the ball goes on over there. Maybe we can get one of the.
Yeah, kid should get it. That bush is filled with bees. Gary, no.
So the bush is filled with bees, and we should have a kid go in there and get it?
Well, or
I don't know about
hope that it came out on the other side of the bush.
I think Gary's hoping for right now. Mm-hmm. Not sure we should be sending a kid into a bush with bees. Maybe it might not be a good idea, right? No. We can agree on that. Come on, Bob. We can agree on that.
We will.
Okay.
I take it back. I just very much didn't want Gary to get stung, but he's going in.
Well, we all do love Gary. We don't want him to get stung, but we also don't want any kids to get stung. And it looks like the match on Court 9 finished, so it looks like Baldi is going to advance to the next round. I believe he'll play Poling in the next match, the number 1 seed. Assuming Poling won his match, which he did win.
He did win easily.
So hopefully between some of these matches we'll have some interviews with some of the players. after a little bit of a break to try to find that ball. I don't know if Gary did find that ball.
Well,
but,
he didn't find it.
Didn't
so
find
they
it, okay.
really need
So we'll
tournament director.
we'll see if we could get another ball for them. Now Gary's serving at 30-15. And able to get another unforced error. Yu is just really struggling to get into this match. To make any inroads against Gary here.
Guga, can you get Brad before he goes away?
Not a good decision there from Gary. He had Yu on the run there and put a pulley hit drop shot in the net, but he's up 40-30. Gets this point, it'll all be null. Big serve to have a tee there that you was unable to get a good look at. And so Gary is now up 3-0 here in the second set after winning the first. So he's got a stranglehold on this match. Cooper 5 Ventures provides access to private healthcare and technology companies. We offer investment opportunities to individuals who want to invest in leading high-growth businesses. Contact Matthew Cooper at 914-787-9833. And thank you, Cooper Ventures, for being with us for the second year in a row.
You're going to blow away. So, there we go.
It looks like the match down on down on court 7 is also finished, which was I forget, was Bulus. I forget who he was playing, but
He's the second seed, correct?
Bulus is the second seed. And, we're going to get some updated results for you here. And Bulus did win 6-2, 6-4. Okay, Nicholas Steiglehner, the gentleman from Michigan, won his match as well and advanced. And yeah, we already know about court. We already heard about Baldi. Yep. Ball mentioned that Baldi, the player from Butler University, advanced as well. So far, I think the seeds have held.
Breakstone.
Like Gary is now working on the first upset of the tournament here.
Did you tell him I needed him? Okay, they need a ball. It went over the fence. It's that simple. They need a ball. Almost ran it down.
Almost.
You did a great job there. He got a bad bounce.
Got a bad bounce,
Then he
yeah.
got an extra low bounce and put some extra spin to keep it in. Played a really smart point there.
Would have liked to have seen him put a little more oomph into that volley and close the point
I
there.
agree.
But I think that was the first volley we saw him hit. I don't remember him hitting another volley today.
I agree. Hasn't been it.
Gary really got a full extension on that backhand and drew the error from Shue. So Gary working on, what do we have, 15:30 here? Or is it 30? I think we have the score wrong there. I agree. The error there from you. I think it's actually 15:40 right at it. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 30 all.
It is.
Thank you to Gary for calling out the score there. Gary feels like he should have at least put that one in play, but I got to tell you that serve was moving a little bit and kind of knuckled out wide at the last second there before Gary was got his racket on it.
He's made every other one today, pretty much.
Yeah.
So we're human.
Let's see, it looks like we're getting ready to send some of the quarterfinal women's matches out. Maybe a little bit of a bad bounce there, and Yu was able to get the hold. That's the first game Yu has won since 2-0 in the first set.
Right. And the first time he's held serve, I believe, because those other games he got were breaks.
That is correct. So that's the first hold from Yu today. So Gary down to serve up 3-1 in the second set. First set to Kushnirovich. Here's the interesting part, Bob. You know, I don't care who you are. You know, Gary is now, he's not playing as much. He's teaching a lot more than he is. And it's a very comfortable day, but it is warm. It is humid out there. You're getting towards the end of the match. Yu has just finished his freshman year of college, playing at a very high level, practicing every day with the Columbia team. He's in probably pretty good shape right now. So, you know, Gary he's got to be feeling it a little bit, and he still has to fight through that, even though he is winning the match fairly easily right now. You know, things can change very quickly, so he's got to keep his head in the game and try to keep his body fresh. But Yu has got.
You just think that, like that last point where Yu held serve. It's one of the few times today we've seen Gary 8 feet behind the baseline.
Yeah.
He may start there to return serve, but he's not hitting the ball from that far back. And then after that, he has not been pushed back. He doesn't want points like that.
But the problem is Yu's got to make him hit balls, and on that last point, he didn't.
Right.
That's a good return there from Yu. So we're going to have Guga step back into the box for a little while, and while Bob takes a little bit of a little break, and welcome back, Guga. That was a nice play by Gary to move his way in there and knock off the ball. So Guga's been helping us with a little bit of the production, keeping us updated on some scores now and watching some of the matches. So Guga, What do you think? You're now back here sitting with us. You've watched a little bit. I know you've been to this event before to watch it. What do you think?
I think,
Set the scene for us, Google.
I think all these matches that I've seen so far have been pretty impressive. I think like every single person who's playing here, they got really good level. They're creating competitive matches, even if the score may not show it. So it's very impressive tennis, and especially on this court in front of us with Kushnirovich and you. It seems like, at least from what I've seen, you came out relaxed, and Kushnirovich came out ready to play, and then early on we saw the breaks, and just overall it's been a very competitive match, and Kushnirovich has been showing that age doesn't mean everything here.
That's right. So I'll let you take it away. Why don't you? I'll do something that's very hard for me, and I'll try to keep quiet a little bit, and
Okay.
you know, let's interested to watch you call some of these points.
Okay. So 40-15 point here. And double fault there for Kushnirovich. Make it 40-30. Kushnirovich, the one thing that I've seen so far here that he hasn't really been excelling in, the serve. Like as he said, hasn't played a singles match in 3 years. So the serve not up to what we're used to seeing from him, but definitely still a pretty good serve.
Yep. Big and heavy.
Yeah. Kick serve especially has been impressive.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Look at that. That was a big bounce. Oh, and good return from you.
And the slice goes in the net as Kushnirovich holds and takes a 4-1 second set lead.
So, Chestnut Ridge Racquet Club. Founded in 1969, Chestnut Ridge Racquet Club has become the tennis players' club of choice in Westchester County. Our 6 indoor and 4 outdoor hardwood courts allow Chestnut Ridge to offer many programs for tennis enthusiasts of all different ages and levels. Former top 100 WTA Tour player Olga Warshaw has a strong group of pros specializing in developing juniors. Thank you, Chestnut Ridge Racquet Club, for hosting the shootout again.
And also it appears some women's quarterfinals matches are starting up here on court 9 and court 7.
Court 9, it looks like we have our number 1 seed. I believe that's Valerie Shu. I don't know who she is playing though.
Shue playing Hakovirta. Hakovirta won her first match 6-3, 7-5
Looks like
earlier today.
both Gary and you need a little bit extra time on this changeover. Gary,
Yeah,
the
it's
first
been
one up there.
really competitive, so definitely want to use every second of that changeover to recover as much as possible.
Just court 8.
Okay.
Now we're looking down on court 8. We're watching Max Kalinin versus Nabiev, and it looks like these two are about to split sets, maybe. Well, Kalinin just made a 5-4, so after the changeover.
So Nabiev will serve for the match soon.
Well, I'm sorry, it's Nabiev will serve for the match. I apologize, yeah.
And now we are back to court 10 with you serving as Kushnirovich holds a 6-2, 4-1 lead. As the return goes out.
Yeah.
Pretty
Sorry about
windy
that,
day.
ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a breeze here at Chestnut Ridge, but I can tell you, I think that's the first breeze we've ever had in the history of the shootout. Gary did a great job of closing the net there. For those of you at home watching, man, did he do a great job of closing off the net there. And everybody should see that. That's why you keep moving forward after every volley.
Yeah. Yeah, the volleying has been very impressive too today from Kushnirovich.
Broken string there
As
from Gary.
Kushnirovich snaps the string but still wins the point.
It's a good thing that Gary brought 15 rackets to the court, huh?
Yeah.
Did you see him walk out on the court? It looked like he had about 15 rackets with him.
Yeah. Definitely prepared. Has a lot of rackets. Kushnirovich last night had an impressive 6-0, 6-0 win. Sunil Krishnaswamy won that match with ease. Today's match has definitely been a little more difficult for him.
A little bit off balance there. Gets the error from Kushnirovich. And what do we got here? 30 all?
30 all.
So big point coming up here. Important point.
Kushnirovich taking his time here before the 30 all point.
Gary
Nice
he is just beating you to every ball here.
Yeah.
You just we haven't heard a peep out of him, but he does this. His body language doesn't look like he's gonna mount a comeback here. But we'll see.
And that's a tough point to lose there, as Kushnirovich on the defense for most of the point was still able to win it. As he has a break point now.
That was close. Wow, Gary had that one lined up. You was playing with fire there by letting Gary hit 4 forehands in a row.
Yeah.
Now here we are back at we're at deuce.
Yes.
So if you can get a hold, if you can eke out a hold, somehow a little doubt might creep into Gary's mind. Get a break. You never know what could happen.
Yeah. If you're you just gotta try to play rock solid, play consistent. That in his mind, you gotta think at some point the H has to show.
Wow. That was, I think that might have been the biggest serve we've seen you hit today, and but he gave Gary a chance on that second ball, and fortunately for you, Gary was unable to do much with it. But
Yeah. So now a chance to hold here for you.
What a point there, and Gary was just able to outlast you. But the last 2 points we've seen you open up his serve a little bit, and it's the first time he's really done that today. It's been effective. He certainly had a shot to win that point. So
Yeah.
Let's see if he can fight through this and get something positive going here. There we go. That was good. Gary tried to take the aggressive position, and you got the ball down low with his feet, and he was able to track down the next ball, and there was an opening. That's we've got to do a little bit more of that. Very nice play.
Yeah. Those are the points that build confidence there, so definitely what you need having points like that.
But right now when you're down like you want to build confidence 1 point at a time. Looks like Nabiev completed the upset down there on court 8 over Kalinin. So Kalinin is the first seed to go out. And you was able to get the hold there. So now the pressure's back on Gary, up 4-2 to continue holding his serve. So you did exactly what he needed to do there. Let's see if he can use that as a positive and get back in the set.
And Nabiev definitely was one of the underdogs, being a wild card. But when you look at his results, hasn't played much this year, but the past years, the guy is a really good player, recovering from injury, I assume. So yeah, definitely a tough match there for Kalinin.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a look at him. Looks like you was thrown off a little bit there by that, by the spin on that ball. Could have been a little bit of the wind. There was a little bit of a wind gust right before he swung. So this match here that we're looking at is going to be the last quarterfinal, and Gary now looking at pulling off, trying to send another seed home. Pulling off the second upset of the day. Oh, another double fall from Gary. 15-all, and Bob has now rejoined us. Stolen the mic back from Guga. But don't worry, fans. You're going to hear a lot more from Guga today and tomorrow. Gary serving 15-all now. Gets another return error from you. Again, sneaking in. He's used the serving volley very effectively today, Gary.
Beautifully done.
It is now 40-15. Okay, we're a little bit behind on the score there, but yeah. Yeah, sure. Put Guga on also. No? Oh, he'll come, but Guga's going to take a little break. He'll come back a little bit later. And that ball a little bit out of reach there for you, and Gary holds. He's now Gary's now a game away from the match. So change sides, and you will serve to stay in the match now. So now we're, what are we looking at here? Okay, we'll thank another sponsor. Diadem, our second-year sponsor. At Diadem Sports, as the last American tennis brand, we built our legacy on innovation. Our team boasting over a century of combined experience as collegiate and pro players and coaches. So beyond the status quo. But our mission goes deeper than creating top-tier brands. We believe in live to play, a philosophy that shapes everything we do. Live to play is more than a tagline, it's a call to action. At Diadem Sports, we live to play. Thank you, Diadem, for being with us.
Yeah, the pros use Diadem balls for their lessons, and I say they held up really well, and true bounce, and it's all good.
All the pros at Chestnut Ridge use the
Yes.
Diadem balls, right? Okay. And we're using Diadem balls for this tournament as well. Yep, Diadem has definitely made a splash in the American racket sports business, and even worldwide a little bit. I think they have now, Elena Svitolina is using a Diadem racket, I believe.
Ah, she's one of my favorites. Nice spirit on the court.
Yeah,
Ukrainian. Between those two, can't help but root for.
that's right. And of course, her husband is one of the more likable players out there. Gail Monfils,
For sure.
absolutely entertaining player to watch, and still pushing it at God, what is he? 38 years old.
He is 38.
That's a good second serve there from you. Got Gary out wide and unable to bring it back down. So Bob, while you had stepped away from the last U service game, which you held, he did open up his serve and was flattening it out a little bit, and for the first time that we'd seen today, and did get a couple free points from Gary. It seemed to work pretty well.
Oh, good.
Hopefully, there's one, and he gets another error from Gary. He's flattening it out, trying to put it into the body.
Mm-hmm.
Gary unable to track that forehand down. That might have been going for a little too much on that one.
I agree.
So now you up 40 love to did we call what there?
I believe so. You didn't say anything, but he appeared to stop.
I think it was nope, didn't call it. So now so you holds
Okay.
you holds for 3-5. Gary now up 5-3. He'll serve for the match. Goes to the towel. Smart, taking his time, getting ready. Yeah, beautiful serve out wide there. High over the net, lots of spin. Short in the box. Not easy to do.
That was perfect.
Ooh. 15 all.
I think you're right, Brian. You want to get the ice bath ready for Gary for after this match. Yeah, okay.
Not the sauna?
No, beautiful target.
Unfortunately,
again.
Chestnut Ridge has some of the coldest showers in Westchester County. 30-15. Yeah, the tough part of an event like this is Gary, is going to have to come back in about an hour and play again, play a tougher opponent. And what a surprising play there on match point. Gary unloaded on that second serve there and surprised you. And Gary gets the win, pulls off the upset over the UTR upset over Junghee Yu, and Gary will advance to the next round. So maybe we can get a look at the updated draw there. And there you have it. You see the matchups for the quarterfinals that we'll see a little bit later today after the women's quarterfinals, and we have it Polling, who will take on Baldi, and then we have another quarterfinal. We have who we got? Palta and Nabi. I'm looking forward to seeing that one. Kushnirovich and who? Bulus, and there's one more.
We don't know the winner, Yaffa.
Oh, Yaffa and Castillo Sanchez are still playing inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in the
Okay, so we're waiting for the winner of get the winner of that match. So we're going to take a little break. We'll be back with a women's quarterfinal match next. And thank you everybody for joining us.
Thank you.
names all set? Let's get them all set up.
Just lean back a little so I can see the number. Thank you. Okay. Hi all. Guga, why don't you take it away?
So we're here with Gary Kushnirovich, who just won his second match of the weekend. So bring us through what kind of went into this tournament, getting ready for this. As you said, this is your first singles match in 3 years.
So I typically, I coach. I don't play competitively anymore. I work with high performance players primarily, and I haven't played a singles tournament in a long time. And a good friend of mine and I are playing a local big doubles event in a couple of weekends called at Nursing Rack Club. It is the Richardson Invitational. I think it's the 53rd year, I believe, or maybe I'm a little bit off.
Tremendous event.
Yes, incredible event, always the highest caliber of players. And seeing as how I haven't played an event, a competitive event, in a really long time, I wanted to kind of get the dust off, feel the competitive pressure. Even though it's going to be doubles and this is singles, I do think that having not played competitively in a while, I needed it. And yesterday, so leading up to this tournament, I was trying to train the way that I work with my players, working a little bit on speed and movement, trying to get the feet a little bit quicker. I was doing a bunch of confidence reps, like drills that I like to do. A fellow player, and now he doesn't play anymore, but he was in this tournament as well. Daniel Nuzhny helped me kind of tune up a little bit for the event, get some reps in. And yeah, going into the tournament, I was very, very nervous. And I talked to a number of my fellow friends and coaches and my partner. I talked to about how I was nervous, and the nerves were very much so one of the reasons why I wanted to play the tournament. So it was you know, that excitement about competing, the nerves of not knowing how you're going to perform, the pressure of wanting to do well, all of those things. And so I was nervous and incredibly excited at the same time. And so going into the tournament, I was definitely had a little bit of jitters. Yesterday, the match started a little sluggish and slow, and I managed to kind of take my time and work my way through it. And luckily, it was my opponent was a little bit lower level, and so I was able to walk away with a solid win. I won 6-0, 6-0 against the 10 UTR.
I would call that solid.
Yes, yeah, I definitely call that solid. And then today, definitely started very sloppy, but the sloppiness was largely, I think, also because of the nerves. I went into it, I was trying to kind of breathe my way through, but I was definitely a little yippy on the serve to start, and I started serving. I love to serve, and my serve is my weapon, and I think I hit something like 5 or 6 double faults in the first couple of service games with abysmal first serve percentage, and I kept getting broken. But I was swinging out off the ground, and I was able to break back and then eventually consolidate on one of the breaks. But yeah, that was kind of like the lead up, and then yesterday and today's matches where my head was at mentally.
So Gary, the other thing, I mean, you did break your opponent repeatedly, and the points on his serve, usually the server dictates it's going to be long point or short point. You were like, these are going to be short points, and you were getting to the net and doing extremely well, finishing. Was the age difference part of that decision? Was it just the way you play anyway? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think my style is absolutely not grinding. You know, age, yes, plays a factor. I'm 34, but I don't see a point in, I'm 6'4", about 220. I don't see a point in me grinding 40 ball rallies if I don't need to. So I look for the short ball opportunities. If I hit a good quality ball, I'm looking for that short ball to come in behind and finish the points. There's no reason for me to be standing at the back. And luckily I was earning those short ball opportunities and I was capitalizing on them. And yeah, it wasn't like I was forcing it. It is just more of my style. It's like this big play, first strike tennis.
Right.
And so if I see an opponent stretching, I'm going to close. So that was kind of the mindset going into that.
Well, the volleys were super good. I thought you did a great job of shortening the points and executing up there. Really well done.
Thank you.
Now, on the returning end, you stayed pretty far back and you wanted to just loop it deep and start the rally and then look to press a little bit later. As part of your game, I would think you have a backup where you could stand in, take it early, and rush immediately. But I was commenting during the match that you didn't need to do that, so we didn't see it in this match. Is that accurate?
100%. I've been working mentally for myself and with my players. I try to practice what I preach is mixing up my position. So I was shifting right, left, a little bit forward and back, but I wasn't really going too far forward. And part of the reason was he didn't hold in the first. So the 2 games that I lost, I broke myself. I double faulted twice in each game, which is unacceptable at a high level. But I wasn't being forced to mix up too much. And I felt like I was able to get a good cut at the ball, deep, neutralize, Novak style. He plays deep through the middle. And then if I was getting that short ball on the +1, I was taking advantage of it. And if not, I was just neutralizing. And a big part of especially clay court ball is if you can successfully neutralize your opponent's weapon, which in men's tennis is the serve, should be the serve, then that's it. It's neutral level playing field. And I felt off the ground I was better. So the goal was just take the weapon away and then work my way in from there.
Right. Well, Gary, it's always a pleasure speaking with you. You're a very thoughtful tennis player, so among many reasons, it's one of the reasons I'm up here in the booth rooting for you every time you play. So
Thank you so much, Bob.
Thank you for coming by to talk with us.
Thank you.
And
Thank
good
you. It's a
luck
pleasure.
later on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Guga.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. And we're back in action here. We missed the first set, but Valerie Shu leads 6-2, and it is 1-all. Shue serving.
Close call, but she called it in.
An impressive lob there, right on the line it looked.
Right on the line.
So it'll be love 30. Good serve there. To get it to 15-30. What do you think is from what you've seen so far, Valerie Shu has to do to continue that success that she had in the first set?
Well, her opponent's just making too many unforced errors. That last point was a good example. That second serve was right in the pocket and it didn't come back and play. Now that was a real good first serve. That one was totally deserved. But generally, both of them, from the little I've seen, the second serves are not that strong, and both of them should be doing better trying to attack immediately against that ball.
Yes. And you mentioned it earlier, or I think it was you or Brian, a long distance for Hakovirta to get here, right? Finnish player and her college/university is not too close to here.
No, it's Hawaii. So either way, she's got a full day ahead of her. Okay.
Yeah.
But there was a good example again. That it was a second serve. It was waist high, right where she likes it, and didn't really try to take control of the point, and still made an error, unfortunately for her.
Yeah. Shue holds to take the 2-0 lead here in the second set.
Now Val I've seen for many years not play matches, but around Chestnut Ridge because her mom is one of the pros. And wow, the development as a player has just been phenomenal. Some nice couple of solid balls there.
Yeah.
But again, sort of winning by an unforced error. I mean, you can't help that. If your opponent's not going to hit it back, you don't have to do much more than that.
An impressive coming out of Chestnut Ridge, a 5-star recruit she was, committed to Texas Tech.
Yeah, she has one more year of high school to go this fall, and then she'll be heading down to Texas Tech.
Yeah.
If we do get a chance to have a word with her, I'd love to hear about how the recruiting process, how Texas Tech won out, and what she had to go through to reach that decision.
Yeah. Tough decision when choosing where to go.
It is. I mean, off mic, I was talking with one of the moms, and she was like, in a lot of even Division I program, I don't think Texas Tech is one of them. The girls are just there to be getting a scholarship so that they can go to school, and they're not all signed up to work on their game and improve and try to get to the next level. So it's really hard as a coach. Let's say if you've got one or two players who really say, I want to go for it, and the rest who are like, I'm good, you know, I'll play my matches and whatever, but tennis is not really my long run future. So you can push, but please not too hard, okay? So I'd be interested to know. I have a feeling Texas Tech is more in the realm of let's push.
Yeah, Texas Tech.
GAF. GAF is the leading roofing manufacturer in North America, with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Thank you, GAF, for continuing, this is your 6th year, to sponsor the Pro Shootout.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Texas Tech is currently 14th ranked team in women's college tennis. So I'd assume that's more of a program where people are trying to get to the next level.
I would agree. And it's also where the chemistry with the coach is crucial.
Yes, that is a big part of things. With the right coaching in place, certain players, if they don't like the coach, they might grow farther, right? And they might lose that drive to potentially go to the next level. But especially as a coach, if the players really like you and you're doing a great job, you will motivate the players.
Agreed.
What do you think the biggest thing as a coach is these days to keep your players going? Like to keep the players improving, like what is your tactic?
Well, some of them are probably listening in, so I don't want to say too much, but the general idea is tennis involves doing the same thing. Forehands, backhands, net game, overheads, serves. And you have to come up with ways to make working at those new every day, because anyone who steps on the court and it feels fresh and innovative is going to be paying attention a lot better than someone who's like, I know, we always do this drill and then we do that drill and then we play. And that's not sparking that inner willingness to take on something a little different and grow with it. So it's, for me, a continual process of doing the same thing in a new way.
Okay.
Too bad. That was a beautiful serve to start the point. She opened up the court beautifully. Just missed the backhand.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said earlier, the unforced errors is what is killing Hakovirta right now.
Well, it was funny the other day at Wimbledon. Chris Evert was in the booth calling a match, and it's a well-known fact among pros that in over 90% of matches, unforced errors determines the winner, whoever makes fewer. So the match is starting and they're like, they ask Chris, so who's going to take this one? She says, I'm going to go out on a limb and say whoever makes fewer unforced errors will win the match. I'm like, that's going out on a limb? That's like a 90% bet. There's no limb there. That's a wide berth that you're taking. And even in matches where it's a little more disguised than this one, it almost always holds true. So let's say you're watching Alcaraz and Sinner, and you're saying, oh, the marvelous shot making and this and that, and then the final stat you look at is unforced errors. It's probably going to tell the story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See, this young lady set that up beautifully, but you can sort of tell from the choices she's making, she doesn't really like it at the net. She made herself go in that time, but without any conviction that it was going to end up working. And if she really believed it, that was a shot she should have finished off.
Yes. That confidence is very key.
Well, confidence in tennis manifests itself most directly in one way. Are you watching the ball all the way into the racket? If you're peeking at your opponent a little ahead of time, that's not confidence. That's giving them too much influence on what's going on. And you can usually correlate, even among the pros, unforced errors with moving the head through the shot. See, she kept it down there. That was good playing. That's the potential that's in that body right there. If she stays focused like that, she could play many more points.
Yes.
In that vein.
There'll be another break point opportunity here for Shue.
See, when you know that you're that extra level more consistent than your opponent in tennis, you can play a decent step below your best game and just be solid and allow them to give you the match. Those matches like there, she took it to her on the second serve. That's what I'd like to see more of, because that's how you build the confidence in becoming a better player, right? Like that. Like, you're not allowed to hit that second serve against me. If you do, here's what you get. But anyway, those matches where it's clear in terms of consistency.
Now taking a look at court 8, Kesmat Tawil took the first set over Lili Kanev.
Yes.
And they are early in the second, 30-all in the first game. Haven't seen too much of this match so far, but last time we were on this, Tawil had just broken back as Kanev was up an early break in the first set.
Mm-hmm. Court seems to be drying out quite a bit down there. You are going to get a few more tough bounces if it's dry like that.
Yes. And now back on court 10, where Shue is looking to close things out. And honestly, I'd say from our view, the court looks less dry than on camera, right? But it definitely is drying out a little.
Yes. I think the shadows are keeping things with an illusion of moisture there.
Maybe, yeah. It's not 15-all.
Yes.
Nice serve there down the tee.
Good pace, perfect placement, really good.
Yes. And that's the one serve that we've seen her really execute, is well, she executes all her serves, but where we've seen aces, it's been down the tee, right?
It's been down the tee on both sides, yes.
Yes. Just out there.
Just there, yeah.
As now that'll be 2 match points here for Valerie Shu. Has a great
Nice first serve.
A great serve to the body will end it there. Shue takes it 6-2, 6-0 in basically dominating fashion, as she didn't let up for a second in that match.
Well, she is the first seed, and her UTR is significantly above the other players, that she's the fairly heavy favorite going into all of her matches.
Yes. And she now gets a night to rest, right? And she'll be back here tomorrow for the semifinals at 12.
Correct. hopefully the weather holds and we can be outside. It's so pleasant today.
Yes.
But we do have indoor in case.
Yeah, with how sunny it has been, a day like today must be very nice for the players, right? Not too blistering hot, but not cold.
Right. Good effort. Val Shu, after you report and everything, are you going to come back and talk to us for a little bit? Okay, great.
Now back to court 8. As Kesmat Tawil is up an early break in the second set. That ball appears to be called out.
Very close, but she called it out, yes.
Yes. And is the line judge going out there? No. Maybe just opening the gate. It's now 15:40. 2 break points here for Lili Kanev. Ball appeared to be out.
Too bad. Great hustle, and she had a pretty easy one there to finish it off.
Yeah. She still has one more break point opportunity to try to level the second set here.
So El Tawil, where is she from exactly, Luca?
Egypt.
Where?
Egypt.
Egypt, wow.
Yeah. Phil, you switch us to thank you.
Hi, we're back. And we're here with Val Shu, who, as I was explaining while she was going with her match, which she won 6-2, 6-love, that she grew up playing tennis here at Chestnut Ridge. Her mom is one of the coaches here and still works with her. And she's been recruited by Texas Tech. She still has a year of high school to go before she heads off to Texas Tech. But first, Val, congratulations. Good win. Way to move into the next round. Guga and I were talking earlier and saying, how does someone who's such a good player like you, how do you go through the recruitment process? What's involved?
Well, at the start of the last year, the start of the summer, I got some emails from different coaches, and whichever ones I was the most interested in, I would follow up with and ask them to come watch me play. After later in the year, I won a big tournament, and I contacted Texas Tech to ask them, and they watched me play a few matches, and they were impressed, and I went for an official visit this February, and I really liked it there, and they gave me an offer.
Well, I must say that is excellent strategy for any of you. Right after you win a big tournament, then contact the coach, because it's fresh in their mind, like, ooh, this person is someone I'd like to have on the team. So today's match, it just seemed like you were a little too solid for your opponent. You got some errors that when the points were good, when she played her best, she could hang with you, but there were a few too many errors. Did you have any other feeling out there as you were playing?
Yeah, she was a big hitter. She hits it quite hard, and that's where the mistakes come. But yeah, we had some good points, and then I played well, and my serve held up at the end, which is good.
Yeah, you hit a few beautiful aces right up the tee on both sides, which were, you know, I wish we had the speed gun out because they were really moving and right next to the line. Guga, do you have a question for Val?
Yes. So, you know these courts probably better than anyone else in the draw. Do you feel like you have any sort of advantage kind of knowing the club and knowing how these courts play?
I wouldn't say no, not really. I mean, I know they have some, when it hits the line, that's when the ball shoots a bit, but I would say they're very similar to any other clay court, so I wouldn't say really.
So you said you had your official visit. Are you allowed to practice with the team when you did that?
I actually, when I went there, I asked if I could hit with the team, but the coach is not allowed to watch you or schedule a hit with the team. It's not until you've signed.
Wow, that's a tough one because you really can get a feel for a place yourself.
Yeah.
It's like you have some idea of what you're getting into, but it would be nice if you had a bigger idea because you had played with some of the girls and you had dealt with the coach, even if it was just for an afternoon.
Yeah.
So is there anything about your new coach that you said, I can't wait to work with her?
Yeah, him, sorry.
Him,
so
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I think, well, when they recruited me, my UTR, I was a 9.3, so I was lower, especially because the school's 12, so they're top in the country, and I was one of the lower schools. Other schools I'd reached out to that were lower than Texas Tech, around 20 or 30, they were just waiting for my UTR to go up. But Texas Tech, they saw that I had potential, and they liked my game, and they liked my demeanor, and they saw that I had potential and wanted to work with me.
Oh, excellent. So they took a chance on you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they believed in me. So that's
really always a good feeling to have when you're heading somewhere.
Yeah.
So do you know anything about any of your potential opponents tomorrow?
A few years ago, before I came to Chestnut, I played at Armonk for a year, and Lili, Kanev, I hit with her because her dad was my coach.
I see.
Once a week, yeah. But that was almost 10 years ago now. So.
Okay, so we can't really say that he knows your game.
No.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming by, and
you.
we look forward to seeing you play the semifinals and hopefully finals tomorrow. Thank you, Val.
Thank you.
As now back to some courted action as Kanev down 2-love and 2 break points for Tawil. As Kanev fights off another one. So one more break point opportunity here for Kesmat and Tawil.
Egypt, you know, is famous for developing squash players. but I don't think they have that, nearly the same reputation in tennis. But one thing the United States has is an amazing reputation for the quality of the college education you get when you come to the States. Hopefully that's not going to change, because it allows us to recruit some tremendous athletes who later become valuable citizens.
Yes, and so it was able to break there. So now up a double break, 3-love in the second set. And looking ahead a little bit, on court 10, next up we have the number 1 seed, Karl Poling, facing off against Ricardo Baldi, who is the 8th seed in this year's tournament.
Okay, Brian Meisner back with Guga and Shue. We're here for the men's quarterfinal match. Karl Poling and Balding. I'm sorry, I don't know how to.
Baldi.
Well, I'm sorry.
Baldi.
Baldi. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why it says Balding. But
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of a misspelling on Balding's name,
yeah.
but that's pretty funny.
Mhm.
He's not balding. He's got a full head of hair, actually.
Yeah.
So, Karl Poling's a player I'm very familiar with. I've seen him play a number of times throughout his career at Princeton and North Carolina. Knew his father very well back from when I was in high school. His father was a college coach and actually tried to recruit me to Rollins College, a Division II school in Orlando, and where they won several national championships, and a lot of my very good friends played for him. But of course, I didn't end up going there, but stayed in touch with Jim throughout. And when he came up to West Point, used to see him from time to time. He was a longtime coach at West Point, and obviously raised a heck of a player in his son who's now ranked, I forget what the exact ranking is, 600 something in the world. And we've Karl just played a couple weeks ago at the Challenger in Newport, the Hall of Fame Open, which garnered a lot of press. And I understand his sister also is a very good player, played for Boise State.
So did he qualify at Newport or not?
I don't recall right now. I'll look. We'll look it up. We'll get that result to you in a little bit.
But he did win the shootout here like 3 or 4 years ago.
He did win the shootout here 3 or 4 years ago. It was a winter shootout, I believe, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, nice to see Karl doing really well. He's a lefty and has a monster forehand. So, so we're looking at the winners of past shootouts, and it looks like Karl won the 2019 winter shootout. Okay, and that was the last shootout before COVID. Before COVID went.
Yes.
So we didn't broadcast that one. Yeah, but. As we mentioned Baldi, I think we mentioned earlier, is a current player on the roster at Butler University in Indiana, member of the Big East Conference, and I believe he's going to be going into his senior year, I'm not sure.
Junior year college.
Baldi's going to go into his junior year.
Yeah, played 1 year at Stetson and 1 year at Butler so far.
Oh, he played at Stetson. Okay.
Yeah.
Stetson's another very, very strong program. But I got to tell you one thing about Butler. I've never been to the campus at Butler, but I got to tell you, I got to see a basketball game there before I die. They have, the Hinkle Fieldhouse is one of the absolute classic basketball venues, college basketball venues, and it's actually where they filmed the scenes from Hoosiers.
Oh. So when Poling won this in 2019, unlike this year he's the #1 seed and his UTR is the highest of all the entrants. That's how he got seeded #1.
Right.
But as I recall then, he wasn't seated among the top 8 and he came through and won the event. So that was, given the strength of field, a tremendous result for him quite a few years ago. And now you said he's out there playing and he's picking up ATP points. I'm sure he's stronger than we even remember him.
I'm sure. I think the last time I saw him play live was a little over a year ago when North Carolina played Columbia. I was at that match, and I remember I think he played. I think he was playing Alex Kotzen at that match, and I don't remember who won. But I'm pretty sure it went 3 sets. But
and what line would that have been?
I think they were playing 2.
2.
The second, yeah.
And it looks like we're getting ready for some action here on court 10, as Poi and Baldi appear to be starting soon.
So Brian, you have Bowling as a pretty strong favorite for this one.
Yeah,
Right?
I think this is going to be a pretty routine win for Paul. Right there, we just got to look at the forehand, and it's dangerous, especially coming from the lefty side. It is dangerous.
That was a perfect response.
Yeah. So Karl actually got into the main draw at the Hall of Fame Open at Newport as an alternate and lost a very, very tight first round match to Oscar Waitman of Great Britain, 7-6 in the third set in the first round.
I think another past winner of the shootout, Patrick Maloney, was playing up in Newport also.
Oh, really?
May have lost in the final qualifying round.
Yeah, well, Maloney's done very well for himself out on the tour. He's been following him quite a bit as well. It's just a different ball that Poling hits compared to Baldi.
But the serve that we're seeing now is something we didn't see in you in terms of when you're a little overmatched. What can you do? Serve great and get some free points. He's gotten 2 here, but can he get a third to get it to deuce?
And Poling opens up with the break.
Yep.
So I'm looking at Polling's recent matches, and he has been all over the place. He played last week in Granby, Canada, Newport the week before, and then he looked like he had a little bit of a break. Played a couple months ago Tallahassee Challenger, the Sarasota Challenger, then before that the ATP Challenger Morelia. I don't even know where that is.
Where?
Morelia.
Ooh, no.
And then before that, Merida, which I believe is Merida's Mexico.
I think it is. Mm-hmm.
Manzanillo just before that. That's also
So any
did
of
really well.
the results, like a quarterfinal or anything like that, or no?
So he got to the round of 16 in Manzanillo and lost to Liam Draxel, who was the #1 player for Kentucky a couple years ago. That's a very, very good result. Qualified in Merida and then lost in the first round to the third seed. Let's see. Let's see. Then we have last round of qualifying in Puerto Vallarta. Last round of qualifying where he lost to Patrick Zaraj in Drummondville, Canada as well. And then before that, some matches on the Futures circuit, which he had a semifinal showing in Sweden about 10 months ago.
Mm.
So he's got a few stamps in the passport over the last year. Oh, that's just a beautiful volley.
Plenty crisp and good margin of error. You know, there are so many good players these days, and I was speaking with someone who, I don't remember the context, but the mom was in a symphony orchestra in Manhattan. It wasn't the New York Symphony.
Okay.
And I said, well, about how much money did she make being a member of the symphony orchestra? And he's like, oh, low 100,000s, like 120. Like, and how many people are in a symphony orchestra? Just add up all those musicians. And how many symphony orchestras are there? Add up all of them. Many more people are being supported by playing a musical instrument than they are playing good tennis. Because if you're not, what would you say the cutoff is, Brian? 150, 200? You're not making a living.
Yeah, I think it's the line has gone down a little bit. I'm not sure where that line is now, and I mean there's so many ways to supplement your income. But generally, yeah, you're right, Bob. It's always been a problem in tennis in that, you know, look, these guys, a guy like Karl, who's playing, you know, traveling the world and who's ranked right now in the 600s, and certainly has the potential to be higher than that. But it's you have to be able to afford the travel and the coaching, and you know it's the only sport where you pay for your own coaching, and well, maybe golf too, but it's always been a problem where there weren't enough players. The prize money didn't go down deep enough, and I got to tell you, you know, it's not that. I don't think it's that the players at the top are overcompensated. I think it's that not enough of the money goes back to the players. You know, there was I can't remember the source of this, what I'm about to say, but there was a article, must have been about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, where they talked about the amount of revenue that goes back to the players in different sports, and tennis was by far the lowest, with like I think they like 15%, 17% of the prize money going back to the money generated by tournaments going back to the players. That's just not enough. I mean, you know.
Well, I also, when I read something similar, said, let's look at Yankee Stadium. They have 80 some odd home games that they can generate revenue from.
Right.
A tennis tournament has a week, typically,
that's
except
true.
for a Grand Slam. So, and then what do you do with that venue for the other 51 weeks of the year, that it's not just sitting there?
Yep.
it's more complicated, I think.
I don't disagree with you, but look, the U.S. Open now is the highest generating sports event, I believe, in the world. I don't know I can't remember what the numbers are, but first of all, the amount of money it generates for the USTA each year is close to, I think it's just under $1 billion. Maybe it's about 750 million, 800 million, but they, where's that money go? It's not going back to the players, Bob.
Right. Oh boy.
The thing you got to remember on top of that is what it generates for the economy as well.
Right.
It generates about, I think the U.S. Open generates about $2 billion for the economy, for the local economy. And it's going to be bigger this year because there's going to be 3 weeks of paid events this year. So, that they are moving the mixed doubles tournament earlier in the, to the qualifying week, which is not a bad idea. To get some of the better players playing. Oh man, the whip that Poland is generating off of that forehand is just.
And it's pretty effortless. He's got a beautiful flow to that shot.
I gotta tell you, I'm gonna get this video later tonight, break it down, and try to hit my forehand like that. But I'm a righty, so I got a problem.
I mean, I can feel Baldi's attitude coming from the other side of the net. He's looking for something that he can do. He's not throwing in the towel, even though he's seen some just amazing shots coming at him.
Yeah.
But he is not going away.
Oh, he just hit a beautiful serve.
He did. Still break point.
Baldi, he does have the MPHs on the serve, but he doesn't seem to be able to hit the spots.
Well, had a few aces already.
Yeah, but not with any type of regular. I mean, that was just a lazy backhand wide. You can't do it. Maybe he was trying to force the shot, trying to get the ball to Poland's backhand too much. But now another break for.
Double break.
So now is the double break for Poling. And Forged Iron Golf, a new sponsor this year for the shootout. And we got a fair disclosure. Forged Iron Golf is our producer's business. I believe he's a partner in the business, and it sounds like an amazing business. And let's tell you a little bit about it. Come to Forged Iron Golf in Mount Kisco and experience the best indoor golf in northern Westchester. We've got the latest TrackMan 4 launch monitors and 7 wide bays, so golfers of all skill levels can use top-notch technology for practicing games. With over 400 courses worldwide, including legendary spots like Pebble Beach, St. Andrews Old Course, Oakmont, and Brandon Dunes, you can challenge yourself on virtual courses from anywhere. Whether you want to hit the range, join a league, get a private lesson, or just play 18 holes with friends, we've got you covered. Forge a better game at Forged Iron Golf. I got to check that out.
Yeah. And just anecdotally, Phil was telling us his own golf game has taken a leap since he's been involved, so it works.
Yeah, Phil, congratulations to Phil. Won a big tournament last week.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are with Poling serving up 3-love. Poling overcooked that backhand just a little bit. tell you about Forged Iron Golf. It's pretty amazing. You could go from Pebble Beach to out in California to St. Andrews in the pouring rain without having to get on a plane. Yeah. Pretty good return there from. Oh, what a pickup from Poland. Jeez. Wow. That's where if you're Baldi, you say, wow, I can't hit a better return than that.
No, that was perfect return.
The big lefty serve out wide there. That's, man, I really wish I was born a lefty.
Well, there were all these players. Draper, you know, is like Nadal. He was born a righty and played tennis lefty.
Yeah. I got to watch Draper in person last year at the US Open for the first time. And man, what struck me about him was how heavy his forehand is. It is, you know, I think when he learns how to, and he's very close. Obviously, he's 4 or 5 in the world right now. And when he learns how to land that thing a little bit better, it's just, I don't know how it's not going to create holes in players.
No, he has that running shot. When he hits it down the line, it's like no one has a chance.
Yeah, but I think it was his first round match. I was right in the first row on court 5, so I got to really see the pace and feel the heaviness of it.
Well, that target is what we would expect from Poling. Up 4 love, second serve, trying to take control by hitting a knock down the middle, which is nothing bad if you get it deep, but he was going for a little more.
Ball.
Nice
right
heavy
there.
ball.
Nice heavy ball from Baldi.
Well done.
Well constructed. A few points there from Baldi, and now he's got
40
a
love.
couple of game points, a triple game point. Yep. Get on the board here. Just missed on that second serve. It was close, but Baldi knew that was a little wide. Ball there by Baldi. Changed the direction on there and get the error. So he had been trying to get to Poling's backhand so much that Poling was looking for, was leaning over that way, and Baldi caught him off guard. Whether you're buying or selling a home, Hayes Hopple with Sotheby's International Realty is the best realtor for you. A Chappaqua resident and Chestnut Ridge tennis player, Hayes has been a leading real estate agent in Westchester and Fairfield counties for the past decade, earning a spot in the top 1.5% of agents nationwide. Even if you don't plan to move soon, Hayes' network of resources will help you stay informed. He offers complimentary home valuations, market trackers, local contractors, and vendors, home finder reports, and more. With over 1,000 sales offices worldwide, Sotheby's provides global exposure for his listings and a network of experts for those looking to move out of the area. Contact Hayes to discuss your real estate goals. Hayes, thank you for supporting the Pro Shootout.
Yes, thank you. So I've actually seen Hayes play tennis. He's a very good 4.5 player.
Yep.
And what distinguishes him is his grit and competitiveness. If he puts half of that into your real estate search, you're in great shape.
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Hayes.
Poling serving up
That
4-1.
looks so easy.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful one-hander down the line.
Beautiful.
From, Baldi. Now at 30-15.
Yes.
Baldi just misses that a little long, and Poland takes the games up 5-1 now. So Poland with a commanding lead in this first set. Taking a look through Baldi's results this year for Butler, and he really struggled this year. But he's playing at the top of the lineup, and look, there's a few players that he played, like Miles Groom from Dartmouth, who's a very good player that looks like Baldi gave him all he could handle, but it's just like he just can't get over that hump.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully, he's now won one match here today, and he's playing a very good player. Hopefully he'll get over the hump this year and have a strong college season. In addition to Poland's forehand being so big, I think one of the things that allows him to hit it so effortlessly is look at the way he's on his toes.
Mm-hmm.
His footwork is he's just perfect. Very light feet hopping around the court. Baldi really put in a big one there, big serve into Poland's, but it was right into Poland's backhand, and Poland smacked it back. Oh, that's beautiful. There's no chance there for Baldi.
None. That serve placement needed to be better. Not stretching.
And Poland now takes the first set 6-1. So convincing first set there for Poland. Though you guys will take a short break between the sets. And Horse's Mouth is a financial education platform that helps financial advisors, RIAs, insurance agents, and accountants educate their clients and grow their businesses. They offer top-notch educational programs, marketing campaigns, and software solutions to tackle retirement challenges like Social Security, Medicare, estate planning, and tax planning. Become a trusted retirement planning expert in your community with Horsemouth's industry-leading financial education and software. Horsemouth's second year with us. Thank you, everybody at Horsemouth.
Thank you so much.
What an interesting name.
Is Gary playing down on the end court now?
Gary is playing down on court 7, playing Christopher Bulus. We have one.
I watched a little of the warm-up. He looks like spent.
I saw him in between matches inside. He looked spent.
Okay. So, I mean,
yeah,
I think you and I both have our hopes for him, but he would need to be feeling peak to win this match.
Yeah. So now Karl Poling to serve to open up the second set. We still have one women's match going on down on court 8. They've been out there a while.
They have.
Now Baldi's just pressing. So Baldi's from Turin, Italy, which is obviously northern Italy, and it's actually the home of the ATP World Championship at the end of the year. It's been for the last couple of years. So
Right.
I've been to Italy, but I've never been to northern Italy, and that's I'd like to see that area. Italy, obviously a country that's having a lot of success in tennis the last 10 to 15 years with obviously Sinner, the #1 player in the world, but also Berrettini, Caboli, Nardi, Darderi. Just a lot of players in the top 100.
Tremendous.
Even on the
What
women's side, too.
They've developed.
Yeah, the women's side, Jasmine Paolini, wow, what a career she developed into coming out of nowhere a couple years ago. In fact,
Comments on I think she's broke. You're all bomber. So much more on the back. She's certainly going out.
I don't know. I got a couple comments there, but we have our friend Phantom Kiwi corrected me that Baldi, he goes by the name of Ricky, so we'll comply. We'll call him Ricky from now on. And then Dinger Ball Bomber, so much aura on that backhand, I can't stop watching. And then you know the name Ricky Slander. Come on now. I don't know who Dinger Ball Bomber is, but that is a heck of a name, Dinger. Not sure what he means by if he's talking about Poling's backhand, which is absolutely beautiful as well, or Baldi's one-hander, but there's a lot of backhand aura going on here.
Yes. And I'm sort of with you. When I see the aura, it's on Poling's forehand.
Yes, I agree with that. Huh. Ricky serving here, down 1-0. So I'm not sure what the score is over there on court 8 on the last women's match on, but okay, so they're close to done, but I think there might be a chance that this match between Poling and Baldi might be done first. Obviously, I'm being a little facetious. Poling pushes that lob just a little bit wide. But again, Baldi just smacked that serve right into Poling's backhand. And Poling.
That was his forehand.
Was that into the forehand?
Lefty. Yeah.
I thought it was. Okay, maybe I'm. My apologies. Whatever, Poling would put it back nice and easy. That one he smacked too, but the bounce got up pretty high there.
Yeah.
And caused some problems for Poling. So Ricky now 40-15 and a chance to level this first set. Oh, I'm sorry, second set. I think that first serve almost knocked over the net.
What's that?
That first serve that Baldi just hit the tape and fell back on his side, it almost knocked over the net.
Yeah, no, he's
We
got
almost
some
had to
pace.
buy new net posts. No chance for Baldi on that for him. That was beautiful. just missed there. But Baldi really, he went for it on that one.
Yeah.
Just missed it. So Poling able to get this game back to deuce. That'd be a big disappointment for Baldi if he's unable to hold here.
Now, we don't have the ability to pull up the stat that I'm going to mention. Average ground stroke speed, forehand and backhand on topspin. And I'm going to say Poling is a level above all the players he's playing. They're not hitting the ball with the same pace that he is on average. A given ball, could they hit it as hard? Sure.
I agree with that. With the one exception I would say, so that I've seen so far, is, and I've only got a couple peeks at him, is Christopher Bulus.
Oh, really? Mm.
Yep.
Did you get to see him play at all, or no?
I've just at a few points, and I kind of have my
okay.
eye on him now. He's playing down in the last court against Gary, and I assure you there's no shortage of power on that court.
Well, I'm sure.
I'm not sure what Baldi was trying to do there, but
It looked like a little short angle off speed, but
it doesn't look like he's got the he's got that in his repertoire.
Right.
Very kind of a flat stroke on his backhand. It's obviously a beautiful one-handed backhand. You don't see very many one-handed backhands anymore, but that it is nice. But you have to have a little more loop on it to get under the ball and get it up and over and land short. Oh, that was unbelievable. How do you defend against a ball like that? That is just, it's landing and moving further away from you.
Tremendous finish.
Break point for Poling.
What a return.
Yep, and see, keep giving him chances, he's going to get one. So, Poling gets the break up 2-0. Bob, is there anything that Baldi can do to get back in this match?
No.
I agree with that. It'd be very difficult. Is there anything he can do to make it more difficult for Poling?
Well,
He's got to change something up.
I don't know. I mean, when he hits his really good shot, the ball comes back as if he did nothing. He's getting no rewards for playing really good tennis. That's a tough spot to be in, and then figure out, what am I going to do differently? Had a little bit of a miss hit there, but it worked. Went where he wanted.
Yeah, and it sat up a little bit, and Baldi had big eyes there, but it was still not an easy shot for him, and he kind of made a mess out of it. practice hit there from Poling. Almost put the ball in the cheap seats.
Yeah.
But, and ball flying over from court 9 there. That women's match is still going on down there on court, court 8. The tweener there from Baldi didn't quite work. Pretty nice lob there from Poland. Say, when Poling actually hit that volley there, I thought he might have put a little too much underspin on it, and maybe it wasn't going to get over, but it did. Dinger Ball Bomber is back, and it says, great non-biased commentating fellas. It has been a pleasure following along. How good is Poling? Well, we appreciate the comment, Dinger Ball Bomber, and Poling is, he's pretty good. Right. Yeah, he's, again, Poling's ATP ranking is 635, and his UTR is 13.41. And the guy he's playing here is no slouch either. But he plays number 2 for a Division I, very strong Division I university, and has a beautiful one-handed backhand. It's just he's run into a chainsaw today. The little shop of tennis located near the front entrance of Chestnut Ridge Racquet Club carries a wide selection of equipment and attire. Owner Courtney James is always helpful, whether it's choosing a new racket, ordering team uniforms, or having your racket restrung. Thank you, Courtney, and thank you to the little shop of tennis.
Thank you, Courtney. Always there for our members here at Chestnut.
Who?
How high can you go on a UTR?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows? It hasn't been achieved?
Yeah, I don't know if...
Number 1 fan in the world UTR.
I'm guessing something like 15.84 or something.
Higher.
For Sinner.
Higher. Sinner is a 16.43. I think so. Let's see what Alcaraz is. Alcaraz is 16.37. Okay, I'm told that the highest ever is Djokovic at 16.47. Right now, Djokovic is at a 16.31.
We saw that last point, what Baldi needs to do. Hit a tremendous, heavy, deep ball within 2 inches of the line, and he can win the match. Right.
Okay, so we have the result from the last women's quarterfinal match down on court 8 with Lili Kanev beating El Tawil. I'm sorry, El Tawil beating Lili Kanev 6-4, 7-5. So congratulations to her, and we'll see her tomorrow. Well. Poland just corner to corner and hitting his spots.
Oh my God,
and,
that was so good.
You know, I'm not sure what Baldi just said, but I'm sure it was a nice shot. I don't think he said nice shot. I think he said, what can I do? Oof.
That was miss hit, right?
No, it was right in
No?
the middle of the racket. Right in the middle of the head of the strings that Poling hit that volley. All he did was put it right back where it came from.
Okay.
After Baldi absolutely hit the living heck out of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And Poling just happened to be in the right spot and stuck his racket up, firm wrist, right back where it came from. Return to sender. Thank you very much. What a kick serve there from Baldi. That was great. Big kick.
Got way over his head. Good shot.
You think maybe he got a little Chestnut Ridge bounce there?
I think
I'm
that
not
was
sure.
all
I think
him.
that was clean.
Yeah.
I think that was clean.
Good, good. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Second serve here for Baldi. Still another break point for Poling. Another big kick. Poling's when he goes down the line there, his it's a little tricky because you don't see it coming. He winds up the same way as as if he's going to go cross court,
Yeah.
and then just kind of puts the wrist a little bit out in front, and it's very, very tricky. So Poling now with a really commanding 4-love lead here in the second set. So
I still think it's true, though, what I said about Baldi at the start of the match. And when he was down 2-love, he's not going away. He's still.
he's not. He's
still.
He's
Fighting.
competing. He's
Yes.
competing.
Mm-hmm.
Poling, but it looked like Baldi slipped a little bit there, and Poling just went behind him, and that was it.
It was a tough shot, too. It was so low below
Yeah.
the net. He did a beautiful job
Yep.
controlling that ball.
Certainly. no chance. Give him a little short return and good night. But so polling with 40-15 to go up 2 game points to go 5-love. It's really cooled down out here, Bob, and you know the shade has taken over all the courts.
It has.
Just such a lovely setting out here in Mount Kisco in Chestnut Range Racquet Club. Baldi just had an absolutely fabulous, big forehand, and bowling just redirects it down the line and for a winner. That is a different level. So 5-love. With offices in New York, London, Paris, Milan, Los Angeles, and Miami, Next Management is the leading global fashion management agency connecting top talent in fashion and entertainment with prominent international brands. Founded by Faith Cates and Joel Wilkenfeld, Next is known for discovering and propelling the world's most recognizable models to stardom. Next has forged personal brands for an impressive roster of talent by building dynamic relationships with partners and ensuring long-lasting careers. It's Next. Next has been a sponsor of this tournament now for 6 years. We thank them, and you know, one day I would really like to meet Faith Cates and Joe Wilkenfeld, because I've been saying their names for 6 years now, but I've never met them. and even more than that, I think we should have some of their clients out here as ball girls or ball boys. Or,
Great idea.
Like,
it appears to me like Gary's score is sort of close down there.
yeah, I can't say.
I think he's only down a game.
Could be. Look, now it's cooled down. Maybe he found a little energy and. Oh wow, that is just another. I mean, he's taking some really good shots and hitting better shots. You know, what can you do? 3 points from the match.
Well, I haven't seen the number 2 seed play yet, but no one else I've seen comes close to what Poling is doing right now.
Another backhand winner there from bowling. So he can do it off of both sides.
It's you know, I feel bad for Bondi, but Poling, on the other hand, is showing how do you close a match.
Yep.
He's taken a few chances that he hasn't taken, but he has the big score cushion. And those shots are only going to help him tomorrow when he shows up and wants to say, I want to play my confidence with my full confidence. Yeah. He's earning it right here.
Did not take anything away from Baldi, but you know, this is just a different level.
Deer.
Oh, that was nice. There we go. That was big. Big forehand. There it is. Match for
beautiful match.
Bowling, an absolutely beautiful performance against a tough Italian player, and Poling advances, and he'll move on to the semifinals to take on. I can't see the draw there, Bob. Can you see that? Who Poling will play the winner of?
in the
Steiglehner?
second show.
Right. They're down on court 8 there. They got a late start because of the women's match. In fact, I think they're just warming up, looks like. So we'll take a little break. Maybe we'll get an interview with Karl Poling, and be back in a few minutes. right, we're here with Karl Poling, who we just watched win his quarterfinal match. Congrats, Karl.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, give us some thoughts on the match.
Yeah, I mean, this is my second round. I played the first round indoors, so very different conditions. So I was just trying to get used to that. But he strikes a good ball, so I mean, he was making me work, and I think it was a little bit closer than the score showed. But yeah, just happy to get through it and keep on moving forward.
Did you know anything about Baldi before the match?
No, I saw he had a 1-y because I saw like a couple points of his match, but that's pretty much all I knew.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of them with 1-ys anymore. So this is the second or third time you've played the Shootout.
Second.
I know you won the winter tournament back a few years ago.
Yeah, so I won the one that was the Fast Four format
okay.
I think it was December. So I played like 8 matches in a day of like 1 set to 4.
That's right. That was one of the one-day ones.
Yeah,
right?
That was a lot of fun.
Oh, good. No, we're glad to have you back. And so I know that you're out playing, you're traveling, playing tournaments on the tour. I know you played in Newport last week, and I did catch a little bit of your match at Newport against Oscar Waitman. Playing on those grass courts is tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I played on those courts, and was that the first event you played on grass, or?
No, so I've played a couple grass tournaments. I played a junior tournament. There's an ITF in Philadelphia.
Right. Yes.
And then I won a wild card tournament for Newport a few years back.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually played qualies of Newport, the 250, 2019 maybe.
Okay.
So a couple times, but I wouldn't say I'm too comfortable on the grass. It's definitely very different.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you a funny story. I went out there. I played a tournament there 5 or 6 years ago. That team tournament, called the Talbot Cup, which is the 35 and over team sectionals, indoor sectionals tournament. I hadn't played on grass since that. I played that Philadelphia tournament in the 18s, many years ago.
Marion Cricket Club.
Marion Cricket Club. But so I get out there and I see the cut of the grass in the back. It's about 2 feet behind the line. And I look at the grounds guy. I'm like, I play from back there. And he goes, not on these courts, you don't.
Yeah.
But no, that's it was an interesting. This was his first year as a challenger at that tournament, that event. So you're going to come back tomorrow. You're going to play in the semifinals against the winner of I believe Steiglehner and Yaffa. I think those guys you're probably a little more familiar with. No.
I've seen. I mean, Yaffa plays at UVA, I think.
Right.
So I was at UNC, so we played against them a little bit. I've never really seen him hit or hit with them, but I've seen him around. So it's a small world.
Tennis is a very small world. And so tell us, you're pretty much a local kid. Grew up in Orange County, I believe, right?
Yeah, I grew up at West Point, so
West
yeah,
Point.
in that area.
Like I told you before, I knew your father for many years. And so where are you based out of now? Where are you training, and what?
Yeah, so
what does your life look like right now?
Yeah, so I'm training down at Court Sense in New Jersey, just Bergen County area. I was there in juniors as well, and I have a coach who has been helping me out a ton, who I think is really good. I don't know if he's watching, but shout out to Asher here.
Okay.
But so I kind of, when I'm not traveling, I'll come through, train. I stay with a family down there whose kids train at the academy. So I have a nice little setup and feel like I've been putting in some work and getting better, and then just go back out on the road and try and win some matches.
Good. So what after this tournament? What does the rest of your summer look like?
I'm probably gonna be in the U.S. for most of the summer. I think I'm going to Illinois. I think next week or 2 weeks from now. Yeah. And then there's a couple different options. I'll just be playing probably a mix of the futures and challenger qualies and see what happens.
Sometimes it's about where you can get in and
exactly.
Which you can get to logistically, right?
Definitely. Yeah. It's where I can get to the cheapest and where I can get in, and I feel like I'm going to do well. Like those are the factors that go into play.
Yeah. So, Guga?
One question.
Yes, sir.
So you're about a little more than a year out of college tennis, right?
Yeah.
What has been the biggest adjustment from there to like the futures, the ATP challengers? What's the biggest adjustment?
That's a very good question. I mean, listen, the level in college tennis is very high. Like you see guys. I mean, you have like your Fernleys, your Spazieris who come out and cut through ranks and get top 200, top 100 like quickly. So there's good players, but I think the biggest difference is just day in, day out, the professionalism aspect of it with, I don't know, it's a full-time job now. Before it was I mean, it's kind of a full-time job when you're in college, depending on the program, but it's different, and also you have all the travel. Traveling on your own, especially if you're gone like 4 or 5, 6 weeks, it's a different beast than college tennis. I think that's the biggest thing to get used to.
Yeah. Well, you played in 2 very different programs in college. You played your first 3 years at Princeton, and well, it was really more than 3 years because of COVID, and then I think you played your last 2 at UNC. What was the difference between playing in the ACC for an ACC school and playing for an Ivy League school?
Yeah, so I did 4 years of school at Princeton and played like 2.5 seasons because of COVID. So then went to North Carolina, and I think I feel like the expectation's a little bit different at like UNC, with the big time sports school. I think a lot of guys around you are trying to be professionals in their respective sports. And the Ivy League, I think in general, there's a lot of guys who they're putting in the work, and then some of them are, I mean, a lot of them are finding really good internships. So you're talking like, oh, what are your plans this summer? And some people are like, oh, I'm going to go play futures. Some of them, oh, I'm going to go do this internship. So I think some people had their like focus divided a little bit, but in my experience at Princeton, we had a really good group of guys who, I don't know, I think works pretty hard and wanted it, even if they were going to end up going a different route. Like we have a couple obviously who are doing very well. Like my teammate's top 100 in doubles now, Ryan Segerman.
He's doing incredibly well.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But I think the expectations sometimes are a little bit different.
Yeah. Well, you know, I remember Segerman was your teammate. I came down there a few times and watched you when you guys played against my team was St. John's, and so I came down there and watched a few times, and I just remember seeing his serve and how easy it is. But
it's a cheat code.
Look, I said to you before the before the interview, you know, I guess it's been about a year and a half since I saw you play live, and really, you know, your forehand is just it was always good, but I mean, you've just taken it to another level. What is there anything specific that you've done, that you've worked on to get it there?
Yeah, a lot of like just hours and hours with Asher, my coach, on just trying to get more of my body weight into the shot, and I think it's starting to pay off. I think I'm close to putting the pieces together where I can make some runs in some bigger tournaments, but I don't know. I think the ceiling is getting higher and higher, which is what I'm working towards. So it's just a lot of time with the emphasis on making sure I can get my full body weight going into the shot.
Well, that's great, Karl. Well, thanks for spending some time with us.
Yeah, of course.
Go home, get a shower, and get a meal, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
That sounds good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
hold your shirt.
I have a very small voice. I should probably hold it.
So now another interview here. We are with Sanae Ohta. So you had first match was here, second match was inside. Let's start off with the first match, right? So the first match, it looked like first set was very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Second set, you kind of pulled away. Why were you able to pull away in that second set?
Yeah, well, first of all, I thought the opponent was playing just so well. She had huge serves, lefty, came to the net a lot, made it very difficult for me, and quite frankly, I think I hadn't played with someone like that in a while, and she made it very difficult for me the first set. I think I started to figure it out a little bit, try to hit a little more to her backhand side, and yeah, try to stay a little more aggressive or like counterpunch as much as I could, and still very close, like in the games, lots of juices, but managed to pull it through.
And looking at this year, when I looked online, you haven't played many tournaments, right?
Yeah.
So how exactly, right, were you able to like come here and have this success so early on, not having played so many matches? Like, I know it's kind of similar to the first question, but like,
yeah.
What exactly, like more preparation getting to this is kind of what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, so I actually work full-time right now. I used to like play quite a bit in juniors, and I actually had like a WTA ranking in the past, so I feel like I have some foundation, and I just try to practice like whenever I can. Like recently I've been practicing quite a bit with my partner who also plays, Kevin, and his friends, which has been helpful. And I think I've been playing some 5-0 like women's matches and leagues, and that's been helpful as well. But just trying to, I think it's fun to play for myself right now and just enjoy it, and just focus on like what I can do and the controllables. And yeah, it's just been a great outcome today, so feeling very grateful.
Yeah, and then looking now more at the second match, right? You were out there for over 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You won the first set. Second set you lost in a tiebreak, and then you win the super tiebreak. How were you able to shift the momentum from the second set to the super tiebreak to take it home?
Yeah, wow, it was such a long match. Yeah, she was just like insane, honestly, like really big serves, and I told myself I had to stay aggressive, and like I can't obviously wait for her to be missing. I have to go and finish the points myself and like go for my shots, and I think I did a good job of just focusing. I just played as if it was like 0-0 every point, no matter what the score was, and I think that helped me with like my nerves and just kind of staying locked in and just playing my game.
Yeah, and then you played at Troy University. I hear you played #1 singles.
Mm-hmm.
What type of experience is that, playing #1 singles in college?
Yeah, it's incredible. I think first year I might have played like 2-3, and then I ended up playing one from sophomore year, but it's just such a great experience to be an international player. I'm actually from Japan originally, and being able to, play in the U.S. at such a high, collegiate level around so many incredible athletes from around the world. And I feel like #1 spot, like every school has some great girls, and yeah, definitely helped me to improve my game, both like physically and mentally. You know, in college, I think that's a big part of it, is like maturing and figuring out like how to deal with those big moments and big points. So.
Yeah, and then so tomorrow for the semifinal match, you're facing another international player in Mariana Ramirez. She's from Colombia, right?
Oh, awesome.
So how exactly, have you watched any of, like, do you have any idea how she plays or not yet?
I have no idea.
Yeah?
I think I was the last person to get off court today.
Oh,
I was
okay.
hoping to watch, but I didn't get to. But I'm sure she's amazing, so I'm very, very excited for that match too.
Yeah, well, good luck the rest of the tournament,
Yeah.
and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you so much for
Thank
having
you.
me. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck. Yeah. Thank you. We're back with some court 8 action here as the two current big school players are on with the 5 and the 4 seed Steiglehner and Yaffa playing. Yaffa currently leads 3-2, but it's on serve with Steiglehner coming out soon to serve. Yeah, Michigan and UVA, 2 great schools. How are you?
Oh.
Good. So just grab that mic and you can clip it on, you can hold it.
Okay, I can hold it.
Perfect. Just waiting for that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so got some court 8 action going on, but now we've got Ricky Baldi. I assume, I heard them calling you Ricky. Is that what you like to be called, or?
That's how I get called here.
Yeah?
Yeah, my full name is Ricardo.
Ricardo?
It's Italian, so it's pretty hard for Americans to say double C and all these R's, so I go by Ricky.
Okay.
Easy for everybody.
Yeah. So let's start off. So as you just said, you're from Italy, right?
Yep.
So what has that transition been like playing in Italy compared to playing college tennis here?
Yeah, I was a sophomore this year. I'm going to be a junior, so it's already. I already did here 2 years. It was a pretty big transition for me because I was used to play on clay court my whole life, and for basically 19 years. And the transition was pretty hard because hard court can be really hard, especially training in college. It was my first time playing like twice a day, gym, classes also. So because in Italy I was used to practice. I would say like a pro because I was doing it on online school, so I had more time for me in practice, but not at college level.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
So by that, I assume you much prefer clay than hard courts.
Yeah, I did. Not anymore, as you can see from the match, but because I was used to play, with a different margin on the net, for example, and today I was just going flat. Also, physically, it's so much better than me because I'm here working this summer, so I don't have too much time to practice and train physically. But it was a fun match too. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and so you currently play in the Big East.
Yeah.
And how is that? Because that's one of the best tennis conferences in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
What type of atmosphere? Like, how is it playing in the Big East?
It was my first year in the Big East. I like the energy. I like the schools that we travel a lot. All the biggest schools are really good. And then we really have a good season. We didn't do really good on the conference tournament, but we have a good team, strong, mentality and team bonding. So for sure we're gonna do great next year.
Yeah.
Probably better.
And so I hear you work for Brad Macy, one of the pros here at Chestnut Ridge.
Yeah.
How did he help? Did he kind of get you to sign up for this tournament? Did he have any influence on that?
Yeah, definitely. Because as I said, I'm here for working, so my focus was all on that. I was trying to play some tournaments, but it was my first single tournament in the US. I always play for college, so I didn't know I work. Yeah, definitely him working here helped a lot. All the members that play for Willowbrook, basically the summer club for Chestnut, asked me to play this tournament, so I said, yeah, why not? It's gonna be just a weekend. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and as well, so your first year you played at Stetson.
Yeah.
What kind of, if you can tell me, what exactly led up to you transferring to Butler?
I didn't have a good relationship with the head coach at all. So the first day the transfer portal opened, I just put myself in, and I got really lucky with Butler. Like the main thing was I was looking for another school in Florida, to be honest, because I like the weather, but I got really lucky because I like Sam, my head coach. I like all my teammates. They're amazing. So I think I read probably the best choice of my life. Yeah. Transferring. And also transferring after the freshman year, it's way easier than after a sophomore year. Because, not having a good relationship with your coach, maybe I was risky to don't play for both years and transfer after 2 years that you never play. It's way harder than only 1 year.
Yeah, 100%. And last question, right?
Yeah.
So you play on the show court, right? You get to play Karl Poling, who was a great player. How exactly? Because most of the match, the whole match, you were composed. Yeah. You were playing like all the way through. How were you able to keep that motivation going the entire time?
I think college helped me a lot on that aspect because before I was really immature tennis-wise. Now, especially transferring, because not having a good relationship with your coach, I just trying to adjust and be the best version of myself, and that's how it is. The expectation was not on me. I was just trying to have fun and play a good match against an amazing player actually. So I really enjoy it, even if I won only one game, but it's 0, so we take it.
Yeah, and one more thing, it's not a question, but while you were playing, one guy kept commenting. He said your one-handed backhand was amazing, and I gotta say, that is a beautiful thing. With a lot of people transferring the two-handed now, not as many one-handed. It's great to see you hitting a nice one-hander there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for participating in this year's tournament, and good luck this year at Butler.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I hope to see you next year.
Yeah, hope to see you too. Thank you.
Of course, man.
Thanks. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Okay. What?
I know what you're gonna ask.
You want to know? Okay. So just hold up that mic. Yeah.
Hold it up close.
Yeah. You ready?
Yeah.
So I'm here with our number 2 seed, Christopher Bulus. Did I say that correctly the last name?
Yes, Christopher Bulus.
Perfect. So you have an ATP ranking, right? You've played a lot of tournaments recently, but do you still attend the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, or?
No, I graduated in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on that, how was the experience there? Like, how was college tennis for you?
I played there UNLV in my final year of college.
Yeah.
But before that time, I played at a D2 school in West Alabama. So, but when I went to UNLV, it was kind of like a different atmosphere. Of course, D1, bigger school, more competition. Overall, it's the teammates. I had a teammate that wanted to work because, and the working environment was great. So it was good. It was a good time there.
Yeah. And you're originally from Nigeria.
Yes.
So what was the transfer like from tennis there to tennis here?
So I basically played most of my junior years in Nigeria, and then when my last year of juniors, I played more ITFs in like West African countries.
Yeah.
So I at the pro level, I didn't play much back there.
Okay.
I literally had to come to US when I was like, 18.
Oh, okay.
So it was everything was pretty new to me. Culture, the tennis. Everybody's like playing. Everybody's competitive. But yeah, it's a whole different environment playing from back home and playing here. There's a lot of tournaments to choose from.
Yeah, and now let's dive into the matches that you've played so far, right? So your first match you faced the lefty Rao. You win 6-2, 6-4. Give us a breakdown of how exactly you were able to win that match.
So, I mean, I had a 30 minutes warm-up before the match. I came in, obviously, I was the favorite to win the match. But, I mean, Rao came up serving like crazy, so
Yeah.
I had to adjust my stand on the return. And, you know, when I took the first set, second set kind of went toe-to-toe. You know, we're both holding serve. I had a couple of break points, but he played, I think he played amazing in the second set. But again, I think he kept the same pattern, which as a player of my level, we kind of have to read when the player
Yeah.
doesn't change, you know. So I took from that and I just capitalized.
Yeah, and now looking at your second match, right? You play the 3-time champion here. What's going through your mind as you enter that match? Like, did you know he had won here?
No, I had no
Okay.
idea.
Okay.
I mean, I did due diligence, you know. I looked him up, like who he was,
Yeah.
and I saw that he played professional also.
Yeah.
So I knew he was a good player. I knew he's also older, so he has more experience. But I knew that I'm currently more in shape than he is, so I just felt like I should just go out there, you know, just play my tennis. When we finished the match, I actually told him he got injured, and I was like, I really wanted to play this match because he's such a good player, and I wanted to keep my level to where he is playing. But yeah, it was a good match.
And finally, right?
Mhm.
So far, what have you? So what? Let me rephrase that. So what surface do you primarily play on, like throughout your life?
I grew up on hard courts.
Hard courts.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then, going off of that, how was the how was the conditions of the clay? Like, did you have to adjust at all to that, or no?
Not really,
No?
because I mean, when I went back to play pro, I was training in White Plains, so it was hard through just like this for like a year and a half. I was training on this surface,
Oh, okay.
but I mean, I grew up on hard court, college tennis on hard court.
Yeah.
So I would say I just kind of get used to it. I mean, as a professional player, you kind of have to try to get used. I play good on clay. I just maybe probably don't move as much as I want, but my game suit clay courts.
And have you looked at all at who you're playing tomorrow in the semis, or not yet?
Not yet. I just finished.
Okay, yeah. So you have the number 3 seed. So it's basically the expected matchup, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be a great match. So exactly what are you gonna do tonight to stay recovered? Like, are you gonna do due diligence tonight? Like, what exactly are you gonna do tonight to be ready for tomorrow and continue your success here?
So I'm gonna go home, I stretch, have a good dinner, and I kind of just reflect on today's matches.
Yeah.
It's sad that I didn't play on the live stream court, so I cannot like review from what happened today. But I'm gonna self-reflect on the matches. Obviously, see who my opponent is, and just show up, get warm-up practice, and get ready to play.
Okay, great to hear. Thank you for coming on for the interview, and good luck tomorrow. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
What's your name?
Guga.
Guga.
Yeah.
You play tennis too?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah. Oh yeah, I got one more interview, sorry. I got confused. How are you? Yeah, just grab the little mic and you can clip it on or hold it, up to you. Okay. Ready? Okay, we are here with our number 3 seed. How do you pronounce it? Sachin Palta, okay. And you play at Columbia University, right?
Yep.
One of the best collegiate schools for tennis. Now, the question I have to ask is that I've been there. What do you think of the facility?
Oh, the facility is unbelievable. We're so lucky to have like courts are amazing, and outdoors on the roof overlooking the water. It's just like incredible.
Yeah. And how exactly did you get there, right? Like, how was your recruitment process in choosing Columbia?
Yeah, I think maybe it was a little different for me. I always sort of knew I wanted to go to Columbia, but I wasn't good enough when I was in juniors, so I took a gap year and just kept pushing to try to get better, just so I could play there, yeah.
That's great. And so your matches so far, right? So first round, you beat Benjamin Singer 6-0, 6-0, right? You look at the stat sheet, it looks like an easy match, right? But what exactly did you have to do to make it look like you had so much easiness to win that match?
Yeah, I think he's got a really good forehand. I think one of the reasons maybe the score was what it was because I noticed that that was the stronger side kind of early on, and the backhand was a little weaker. And yeah, I think I did a good job of attacking his backhand.
Yeah, and who is your favorite teammate at Columbia, if you can say that? There's a lot of great players there.
Yeah, I can't say I have a favorite teammate. I love all of them.
How about who's your practice partner then? Who do you have a guy that you tend to practice with or no?
One guy, Ishan Ravichandar, he graduated 2 years ago now, but we used to practice a lot together. This past year, with everybody, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And now looking at your second match, which was right here, give us a little breakdown of how you won that match.
I thought he was really steady and wasn't going to give me a lot, and made these points long, and probably backhand was a little stronger. So I think it was important for me to just stay patient and see if I can open up the forehand.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's...
And last question. So how are you spending the rest of your summer? Are you playing tournaments? Do you have a job? How exactly are you spending it?
Yeah, I have a job. I'm working in Greenwich.
Okay.
At a hedge fund. So, but I'm playing tennis all the time. Whenever I'm not working.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just trying to play tournaments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your time. I wish you good luck the rest of the tournament, and good luck tomorrow against Christopher Bulus in the semis.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you. Thank you. Yep. Okay, now back to court 8, where Yaffa and Steiglehner are still on serve. Yaffa serving up 30-15. Nice forehand there by Yaffa to bring him up to 40-15. A well-played point there with the backhand down the line, setting up the forehand cross-court for the winner. Yaffa plays at University of Virginia, one of the best collegiate tennis schools. Holds a 12.14 UTR. Okay. Was a let called there? A let might have been called there as they are serving on the deuce side. Great first. And the return goes out. So Yaffa holds. He takes a 5-4 lead as they will go to the changeover. Sure. No one's away. Good. Now let's look at a fourth-year sponsor here for the Pro Shootout, Outside the Lines. Outside the Lines is a podcast about the mental and inside game of tennis. It has commentary focusing on all aspects of the game, from pro to club players, with Bob Schreier and Scott Shannon. Subscribe on Spotify, Apple, or any podcast directory. I would definitely recommend checking out that podcast. Bob Schreier has a lot of great knowledge. So does Scott Shannon. As now Steiglehner will look to hold and level this match once again. Steiglehner plays at University of Michigan. A very nice school there. A great point there, unfortunately ends with the ball in the net from Yaffa. But definitely a great point there, as is now 15-love Steiglehner. First serve goes out. Ball goes out there.
Here we go.
So far, some very good rallies. As they both don't want to go for that attacking shot. Seems like they want to make the opponent miss. Which has worked so far here for Steiglehner.
This is the game when you have 3 and 4 serves.
Now 40-love. Some very good tennis here on the second show court so far. These two are battling out. Ball goes out there. So it will be 5-all. First serve, no. Good shot there from Yaffa. These two definitely making the wait worth it, as they had to wait about an hour from when they were scheduled to start to get on court, and they've been making the most of it. As that'll be 30-love. low. Great serve there. But the volley right into the net. But that was also a pretty good return there, right at the feet by Steiglehner. First serve goes out. Bullet down the line there from Yaffa to make it 40-15. I gotta say, some great tennis here at the Pro Shootout so far. All the matches have been very interesting, and it's been quite a great tournament. So Yaffa up 40-15 will look to close out the game here. As Yaffa takes a 6-5 lead, and Steiglehner will have to hold serve to bring this to a first set tiebreak. Now let's look at another one of the great sponsors here for the Pro Shootout, Perry's Roofing, a 6th-year sponsor. Perry's Roofing is one of the leading roofing companies in Westchester County, New York. With over 25 years of experience, we've become a trusted name in the community. We believe in providing tailored services that perfectly match your unique requirements, ensuring every project receives our utmost attention to detail. If you want to see more of our most recent projects, check out our website or Instagram page. Instagram and website are currently on the screen if you would like to check it out. Once again, Perry's Roofing, a 6th-year sponsor. As the players are getting back out there, a very competitive match so far. Serve out there. Into the net there, looked like Yaffa had an opportunity, but he is unable to convert. It's not 15-love here. Looking at some of the other men's results, Karl Poling advanced with a 6-1, 6-0 victory over Ricky Baldi. He will face the winner of this match. Overcooked that one a little there on the swinging volley. And then on the other side, Sachin Pala won 6-1, 6-3 against Olimjan Nabiev, and Christopher Bulus took home the victory against Gary Kushnirovich 6-2, and then Kushnirovich unfortunately got injured. Unfortunate way to end that match. And Bulus and Palta will face off in tomorrow's semifinal around 2 p.m. Great ball there from Yaffa. Steiglehner is able to get it back, and then Yaffa misses one into the net. So it looks like we're going to go to a tiebreak here in this first set. And Steiglehner says, yes, we will, as 6-all in the first set means it's tiebreak time. Okay. First serve goes out there. Steiglehner misses a ball into the net, as that will be an unforced error for him. So 1-0 Yaffa in the tiebreak. Winner will play Karl Polling, the #1 seed, who so far has advanced with ease. As both matches, he won 6-1, 6-0. Second match was a little more difficult. Ricky Baldi played pretty decent, but Polling was just a bit better. What a shot there from Douglas Yaffa, and what a point. Great playing there from Yaffa to get a mini break early in the first set tiebreak. Steiglehner's got to be a little upset with himself after that one. But hey, not necessarily his fault. Yaffa played a great point. First serve goes out. Steiglehner definitely upset there as he throws his hat towards the fence after double faulting to give Yaffa 2 mini breaks. It's now a 3-0 lead for Douglas Yaffa, the 5th seed in this year's tournament. First serve goes out. And Steiglehner is able to get 1 mini break back there. Definitely what he needed there after surrendering both points on serve. Just a reminder, if you would like to catch this action in person, tomorrow starting at 12 we have women's semifinals, and Shue we have men's semifinals. And then later on in the day we have the women's and men's finals, of course available for streaming on YouTube and also available to watch in person at the Chestnut Racquet Club in Mount Kisco, New York. So now a 4-1 lead here for Douglas Yaffa, as Steiglehner will come up to serve and hope to keep both points, or win both points. As that is going to be 5-1 Yaffa, as he hits a great powerful forehand there. And there will now be a change of sides at 5-1, as every 6 points the sides change. So now Steiglehner will look to at least get one of the points here.
Sorry.
Or else he will be giving set points, 5 of them to Yaffa. First serve goes out. Yaffa misses one into the net, and now he will have the opportunity, if he wins both points on his serve, to win the first set. But even getting one here would be great, because then you're leading 6-3 and you still are guaranteed another opportunity on serve after. Yaffa misses one into the net, and it is only a 2-point difference now, as Yaffa leads 5-3. As it's right back on serve here after Steiglehner takes both points on Yaffa's serve. 5-4 Yaffa here. Yeah, these two bowing for the final spot in tomorrow's semifinals. Both fighting as hard as they can. So now Steiglehner up to serve. That ball goes out, and we are level 5-5 in the first set tiebreak. That right there, this tiebreak shows how quickly the momentum can change. Douglas Yaffa up 5-1 and now 5-5. So a quick momentum shift here. And that's why you got to stay in the moment in tie breaks. Because 1 point can change it all. And now 6-5 for Steiglehner as he is able to hold on both of his points. So now Yaffa will have to hold, or Steiglehner will take the first set here. What a play there with the set on the line. Great serve out wide. He comes to the net and is able to convert with the forehand. It's exactly what Yaffa was looking for there. To keep this match going, or the set going. As they will once again switch sides. And we are guaranteed now to have 4 of the final 5 players being top 5 seeds. Or 4 of the last 4 players being top 5 seeds. Misspoke there. So now 6-all. Yaffa serving. And that ball goes out. So Steiglehner now has the set on his racket as he will have an opportunity to serve it out right here. Yeah, momentum has shifted very quickly here. Back and forth. First set. Ooh, just out there as it is 7-all. These two are going at it, giving us great points. No one wants to give up or give in here. So now, Steiglehner with an opportunity to make it 8-7 and force Yaffa to hold on his first service point. And return goes out. So it will be Yaffa having to hold here to keep this first set going. First serve goes out. Right on. And it just keeps going these great points as it is now 8-8. And the bullet down the tee is in. So that will be 9-8 Douglas Yaffa, with the set once again on the racket of Nicholas Steiglehner. Serving now. So Yaffa takes the first set in a tiebreaker 10-8, and Steiglehner throws his racket. Definitely a difficult set there for him. He played great, but in the end unable to convert. Yep. Now looking at a 6th-year sponsor here of the Pro Shootout, Trophy Central. At Trophy Central, it is a smile that matters. Nothing makes us happier than when a customer sends us a picture of kids smiling from ear to ear as they receive their end-of-season awards, or of an office worker proudly holding one of our custom award plaques for their colleagues to see. Trophy Central is proud to provide the awards for this shootout. Phil, do you just want to do the second ad and call it? Looking at the draw, so the winner of this match will play the number 1 seed Karl Polling, and on the other side, the seeds have held up as it will be Christopher Bulus and Sachin Palta to fight for that final spot, and the winner of this and Karl Polling to fight for the other final spot. And now looking at a 2nd-year sponsor, VLMM. Vote, I don't know how to say that, but for more than 60 years, VLMM has built an unsurpassed reputation for aggressive defense of professionals, corporations, municipalities, healthcare organizations, and individuals in state and federal courts in the New York metropolitan area. We are laser focused on achieving the best possible outcome for our valued clients. Our experience and results speak for themselves. If you ever need help with law, go to VLMM. It appears to me that both players have left the court. Definitely need that after a tough first set on the body with a 10-8 tiebreak to end it. Okay. Phil, can you turn off the mic? Thank you. And we're back for some more action. Yaffa and Steiglehner will continue here. And an update, we have about 30 minutes to play still outside. If we are not done in 30 minutes, then the match will go indoors, and unfortunately that means our coverage will be done for the night. So you might have to stay tuned to the UTR website to see the result, as they have started set number 2. With a good drop shot there from Steiglehner. Tight first set. It will be interesting to see if it remains as tight as it was in the first, or if someone will break away a little in this second set of action. Good down the line backhand there from Douglas Yaffa. Let's make it 15-all. Good shot there from Nicholas Steiglehner to make it 30-15, as Yaffa went up to the net and he was successfully able to get the passing shot past Yaffa. As that is another good play by Nick to make it 40-15. And a great first serve there, as Steiglehner is able to hold on the first game of the set. So 1-0 for him. Only a 1-year age difference between the two. So now, Yaffa will serve down 1-0 in this second set of action. As that one goes right in the bottom of the net. 15-love. This is impressive to me how these guys are able to play a match so much earlier and then somehow still come out here and put on some incredible tennis to watch, as they are the last two players here, I believe, as most of, I believe almost the rest of the entire field has left already. So a miss into the net there, as it is now 30-love Yaffa. So Yaffa will continue this good game of play for himself. Second serve. A good kick there he's able to get the return not to even come back, right? A great serve there by Douglas Yaffa. Gotta give it to these guys. Great tennis. As that one once again to the net, as Yaffa holds pretty easily. So now, 1-1. Great shot there by Nicholas Steiglehner to make it 15-love. So now, 15. First serve called out. Backhand falls just a bit out, as now 30-love. Good drop. But an even better dropper by Yaffa there, as he combats a drop shot with an even better one. So now 30-15 here. Second. As that one's hit into the net, so now 30-all here. The one thing is Yaffa has been composed, at least by his body language, the whole match. But you can definitely see a little bit more of the emotions coming out of Steiglehner. First serve goes out. Okay. Hit the net, so second serve again. As it will be a break point opportunity here for Douglas Yaffa. Now 30-40. This would be quite a position to put himself in the second set. As if he's able to be up a set and a break, that should give him some good confidence for the rest of this match. Way short on the drop shot there, as it now becomes 40-all. That was a pretty good point there, with Yaffa turning from offense to defense. So definitely a great point there by Steiglehner. As the return goes right into the net. So make it add in as Steiglehner will now serve for the game. Once again, return goes into the net. Steiglehner holds 2-1 Steiglehner early in the second set. Yeah. Good. We'll be right back in just a second.
Is this the third one over here? Ball. Should probably pull that back cross there.
Okay, back after a short break here. Yaffa down 30-15. As that one goes into the net. So 30 all here. So Yaffa and Steiglehner feels like every point is a battle out there, as no one has been able to take a clear advantage in this match, with the first set being very, very tight.
There it is, man. Let's go.
As that one goes right into the net on the return. Good serve there from Yaffa. As now 40-30. Ooh, just out there. As Yaffa is able to make it 2-all here in this second set. Now looking at the women's side. Tomorrow we will start off with the women's semifinals at 12. We have Valerie Shu facing off against Kesmat Tawil. And then on the other side of the bracket, you've got Sanae Ohta and Mariana Ramirez. Ohta's the one outlier inside this tournament, as she had a big win over the number 3 seed Palladino in her most recent match. So now back to show court number 2 or court 8. Steiglehner up 15 love here. As that ball goes out, so now 30 love. It was a great serve there, right on the line it appeared. Pretty close. Yeah, off able to get to that one. And that backhand goes out. So now 40 love for Steiglehner. And both of these guys, this is about as big of a lead in a game as anyone's had this match. It feels like every single game, it's no one is winning them without the other one getting a point at least. As that's the end of that game. 3-2 for Steiglehner in the second set.
You want to go in?
As that's going to be it for the commentary here tonight. And so looking at the draws once again, it will be Karl Poling, who won 6-1, 6-0, facing the winner of this. And on the other side, you have Palta, who won 6-1, 6-3, facing off against Bulus, who won 6-3, and then Kushnirovich retired. Bulus said in his interview that that was a great match and he wished he could have finished. And then on the women's side, Valerie Shu, 6-2, 6-0, she won. She faced Tawil, the 4th seed, who won 6-4, 7-5. And then the surprise of the tournament, Sanae Ohta, who won 6-4, 6-7, 10-6 in the super tiebreak. She will face off against Mariana Ramirez, who won 6-2, 6-3 in the semis. And they will face off at 12 tomorrow. We would like to thank our sponsors once again, all of them. We greatly appreciate your support in making this tournament possible every single year. Once again, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the tournament director and director of Chestnut Racquet Club, Brad Breakstone. Brad does a great job running this tournament. And we will see you all tomorrow. Thanks.